Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the February 26th meeting of City Council. If I could have a motion to adopt the agenda, please.
I'll move the agenda with the
Revisions?
Revisions, yeah.
Seconder, please. Councilor Frondeur, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The minutes from the January 29th meeting of City Council, I have a motion to adopt those, please. Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. Seconder, Councilor Young. Any errors, omissions, or comments on the minutes? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to delegation, bylaw, public notice, bylaws, and related reports. Our first delegation this evening is Blair Forster. You come forward, Mr. Forster, and identify yourself for the record, who you represent and who you're with. You will have 5 minutes for your presentation. Members of council may have questions afterwards.
Great, thank you. Your Worship, members of City Council, my name is Blair Forster of Forster Projects. With me at the podium today is Chad Jedlick, Harbour Developments. Harvard and Forster are joint venture partners on the Aurora Retail Project on East Regina, and we're the proponents of the applications before you today. The discretionary use that you're going to be looking at is the Phase 2 of the Aurora Project and represents 155,000 square feet of retail, amenity retail, entertainment and food service tenants situated on approximately 14 acres of land. The anchor tenant for this project is a 36,000 square foot, 8-screen landmark cinema, which we're very excited to deliver to East Regina because that balances the theater usage in the city. The existing 2 theaters are located in the north and south sectors. For the newer councillors, the history on this land is we acquired it in 2013, and that same year Regina adopted its OCP, designating this area of the city as a urban centre and a regional retail node. Back in 2014, the land was annexed into the City of Regina. In 2015, City Council ratified the Southeast Sector Plan as well as the Victoria Avenue Corridor Plan. In 2016, the first phase of this development got underway with Costco development, and at the same time, there was a map zoning placed on the balance of the lands with a holding overlay. So we've had a long history of engagement on this project within the city. Excuse me here. We're excited to have this second phase of the development move forward. It is fully compliant from all zoning perspectives, density, heights, setbacks, and landscaping, and we are respectfully asking for your approval this evening. So both Chad and I are available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Forster, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Evening, gentlemen. Thanks for taking questions. Phase 2, so a lot of publicity in the beginning about the theatre and what that may bring. Can I get you just to suggest a little bit more about what other opportunities will be around this, and in fact, if they are part of the build in the next while or whether this is future?
Thank you. Through your worship, the sequencing of this would be that if we are successful in securing your approval this evening, the theatre would get underway, breaking ground in May. Coincident with that, there would be approximately another 50,000 square feet of tenancies that would go, and most of those are food and beverage tenants that want to cluster around the theatre as an entertainment node. The balance of the approximately 60,000 square feet, we've got a name on every space in that development, but I would think it would take approximately another 12 months for us to pull together those deals so that we can break ground.
Thanks for that. We chatted at planning a little bit about the access and relationship to the ballparks, the new Pacer Park that's out there. So can I get the Pacer Park through your property?
You certainly can. And that was That came at a lot of cost to this project. The extension of Vanaquad that runs and connects to the former orientation of Tower Road, without that, I don't think you could get to Pacer Park from the north anyways. So we integrated that transportation movement within our plans, and we have fully constructed all roadways on the site. They're designed for the full implementation of the southeast sector, so significantly oversized to what the development on its own would require. All street lights, the street signals are in place and bagged. The intersection on Victoria Avenue is fully complete, and the landscaping is in.
Good, thanks for that. So if I go to Pacer Park this summer and watch a ball game, can I buy a burger or an ice cream on my way out? I think I heard you say not quite yet.
Not this summer, but next summer you're going to be able to avail yourself of many food and beverage options on your way out.
I got that now, thanks. So there's a Costco site, this is phase 2. Is this the completion of Aurora, or is there still more land for the future?
No, Your Worship, there's about another 30 acres of land, 30 to 35 acres of land that will come in future phases of this development.
Thanks very much. My last question regards the notion of gateway. We had talked before this project had any approvals about the importance of this site. You're on the very, very east entrance to our city, and a gateway basically from literally thousands of people that are just at the outside of our door there. What's the plan to make this a gateway that will stand out and a welcome to the city?
Yeah, Your Worship, we're very cognizant of the fact that the city's expectation of this area is to have a very pleasing and engaging interface with the traveling public entering our city from the east side. As I mentioned in Planning Commission, both Harvard and our company are not merchant developers. We don't sell what we develop. We hold it in perpetuity. We want to be proud of this just like the city does and just like the traveling public do. So we've engaged with administration and are working through their requirements for gateway landscaping. And I can assure you that when we're complete, you'll be very happy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll look at report 18-7, which is the discretionary use application for the shopping center in Aurora subdivision. Councillor O'Donnell.
May I have a seconder? I'll speak to this.
Seconder, please. Councillor Young.
Thank you very much. The address is 4801 East Victoria Avenue. This is very much the extreme east side of our city as you come in off of Victoria or just after the bypass. I think you heard from the delegation that not only will there be a theatre going up, but there'll be some other development. But there are significant other developments in terms of commercial space in here. I want you to take note of the required parking was 478, yet there are in fact going to be 713. So it's very generous, and see this as being an asset to our community. We have given approvals before. See no reason why not to do this. This is just simply taking that overlay off and allowing the MAC to continue so they can develop. Seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Are there any discussion or debate on the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next report is CR 18-8, which is a contract zone to MAC and major arterial commercial at 665 University Park Drive. Councillor O'Donnell. Seconder? Councillor Fundura.
Thanks very much. So this is Costco. This is the current Costco. And what we're asking you to do here is to change the designation so that it can be redeveloped in a MAC zone. When this building was first developed, it was literally on the east end of Regina. There was no other commercial around it. The only other commercial was across the street, the Victoria Square Mall. So there was a temporary status put on this building, and it was stayed as Costco as it is still operational today, whereas all around it, other developments occurred that allowed for a diversity of development. Now, I also want to point out one very significant feature. When the proponent came before us, they casually mentioned that the gas bar that is there will be totally looked after. In other words, it will be taken out, the land will be remediated, and it will be left for sale. And I think that's significant. We don't always hear that, and I want to compliment the developer for doing that. So I seek your concurrence to make sure that, one, this building can be redeveloped, that the MAC designation on it would give it a greatest opportunity for redevelopment, and I want to applaud them for looking after the service station site. Seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have two bylaws on both reports that we just passed. So, Councillor Brashani.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaws 2018-6 and 2018-8 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council will now consider the following bylaws after consideration of these earlier reports. 2018-6 to rezone the land located at 665 University Park Drive from contract zone to major arterial commercial zone, and 2018-8 to remove the holding overlay zone under the initial zoning in recognition of a development proposal having been received for the Aurora subdivision. If there is anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on either of these, I would ask you to indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Brashani.
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws 2018-6 and 2018-8 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that Council hereby consents to bylaws 2018-6 and 2018-8 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaws 2018-6 and 2018-8 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Brashani. I'll move on to our delegation-related reports. Len Antonini, if you could please come forward. Identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Okay. My name is Len Antonini. I'm the Executive Director of Regina Minor Football 2000 Inc. I'm here to talk about Libel Field again, the building that we've built on Libel Field. In 2010, we partnered with Regina Soccer Association and the City of Regina and got grants from the provincial government, the federal government, and started a 3-phase rejuvenation of Libel Field. That year, we ended up putting in $400,000 each, and we got the grants from the different the federal and provincial government, and put new turf, lights, and a scoreboard clock in at Libel Field. When that was done, we went on to phase 2, Regina Minor Football. We wanted to have bleachers, press box, canteen, and the front entrance. So we ended up doing that as well, and we spent $1.1 million doing that. And by the end of 2015, we had a beautiful park that the citizens of Regina could use daily. But we wanted to make sure that it could be used for provincial and federal or national events. So we started phase 3. Before we started phase 3, though, in 2015, we didn't owe any money. So Regina Minor Football had put in $1.5 million. We owed no money. We decided Regina Minor Football Board of Directors do a lot of things right. And so when they decided to build this building, we needed to have dressing rooms with showers, so storage, classrooms, meeting rooms, etc., so that this building could be used for provincial and national, not championships, but national events. They wanted to build something, and they built a building that's it's generational. This building is going to last 100 years. It's a masonry building that lasts 100 years. It'll be a asset to the City of Regina for 100 years, and it'll be used by the citizens of Regina for 100 years. And when we got this building built, the junior football, they were talking about having a national championship here, and the Special Olympics, the 2020, they used this building in their bid to get the 2020 Special Olympic Winter Games, which is something pretty special to Regina Minor Football because George Reed is part of the Special Olympics and everything like that. So we're pretty happy that they're going to be used for those types of things. Last February, we had $1 million. We went to the bank. The building that was going to cost us $4 million. We asked them if they'd lend us $3 million. They said, yeah. So we started building the building. The idea behind it was as we got progress claims, we'd put in 25%, the bank would lend us 75%. So we started building the building. We got our first progress claim, and they ended up asking us for some security on the loan, of course, because we didn't own the land, and we were building the building to give to the City of Regina. We couldn't get security. We went back and forth. By the end of August, we had spent $1 million and another $800,000 that we had raised. So we were at about $1.8 million, and we still didn't get the loan. We ended up fortunate enough we didn't have to stop. We got a friend of Regina Minor Football, lent us $2 million. So somebody that believes in us in the city lent us $2 million. So right now we're asking you to take a look at leasing us the land while we continue to pay off the building. We've paid about $2 million towards the building already, and we're going to have to borrow about $2 million. We have a business plan and a budget's in place that will pay for it in 10 years easily, and that's without any fundraising, and we do a pretty good job of fundraising. Any questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I know there'll be questions from members of council. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Excuse me. Let's step back for a minute. So there was people gathered, make sure that there was money to build Libel Field, and it was operational. Who owns Libel Field?
City of Regina owns Libel.
So when you added the bleachers and the canteen and the front entrance, score clock and all that kind of stuff, did you gift that to the City of Regina as well?
Yeah, we did.
Do you pay rent when you use it?
Yes, we do.
So when you look at the next addition, this building that's here, is it just for Regina Minor Football?
No, like I said, the building will be used by quite a few different people from the park. We've already been contacted, by the skiers, the cross-country skiers in the winter to use our dressing rooms. There's office space. There's classrooms. We've had, requests from different groups that want to do clinics out there. Again, the bird watchers. I think that I brought that up the last time I was in front of council. The money that they put into the thing. A lot of people will use that. Will use the facility.
Perfect. So you're committed to raising funds so that the building is paid for. Who will own the building when it's done?
Again, we'll gift it to the City of Regina.
Thanks very much. Notice around the park, once Libel Field started to be developed, that there were some other changes. Parking lot. Anything happened with ladies softball?
Yeah, softball, they put in a building. They've got lights now. There's lights all the way around on the road and everything. So the parking lot's paved. The facility is outstanding. I've had opportunity to coach Team Canada, Team Saskatchewan, and I've been to stadiums all over North America, and this facility that we have now is second to none.
Now, the City of Regina put in a building adjacent to this one earlier, washrooms and so on, that's added to the park. But would it be fair to say that because of the development of Libel Field and its popularity for a number of sports, that other sports, like I'll use ladies softball, were able to access power, put up the lights they never had them before, build a building? Has there been kind of a legacy of other successes here?
Yeah, I absolutely believe that. The building in behind is great for everyday people using the park. And, the Libel Field, like I say, the whole facility is second to none, I think, and we're pretty proud of it.
Thank you. Last comment from me. The question is, so probably most of the times this building would be in the evening, so whether it's meetings, board meetings, or whatever. In other words, it would be lights and eyes on the park itself. Would you agree that would make it an even safer place? Yeah,
I think it's a lot safer than it was. I've been involved for 25 years, and the park is a lot safer now. And it's always lit up. If it's being used, it's really lit up. But with the parking has lights and everything like that. The building has lights.
Thanks.
Security.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and welcome back, because you're here a lot, which is great to see. Just a couple of things on how many kids did you start out with? You've been involved 25 years.
When we first started, we had about 400 kids when I first started.
And today?
Today, it's off season, but we've peaked at about 2,000 at a time. But we average about 1,700 kids now every year.
And that's,
we have 3 or 4 different programs.
What
now.
age group are you talking?
We're talking from 8 years old to 17.
8 to 17.
Yeah.
So you're asking for us to do the lease. What are you looking for?
Just a lease that we can get a loan from the bank. So the bank is actually going to take the lease as security on
Collateral?
on the building. They can't take in the lease. It says you can't take the building or anything, but they would get the building if.
Okay.
But they would still, it's as a lease. So that's how I understand it. It's a pretty complex thing. I mean, we've been working on this since the end of September, so there's a lot of complexity because of it being in the park and the land being owned by the city.
Exactly. So the lease basically would be security for you at the bank.
Yeah. Basically it is.
Yeah. You were talking about with Councilor O'Donnell about nighttime use, the lighting and everything. Who would use that park during the day?
We've had minor football uses it during the day, depending on when it is. I know firefighters play out there, use the field during the day. There's a lot of different, like the Frisbee guys, different people will use it. On the weekend days, it's used over 175 days a year, almost to capacity.
So, if I could, do you guys do the scheduling, or does Central?
No, Central Scheduling still does.
Right.
Does the schedule? We do get a little bit of privilege. Regina Minor Football and Regina Soccer get privileges in different times a year, but it's used by pretty well everybody. Last year, I think the Indigenous Games had their closing ceremonies there. It's like I said, it's a pretty nice facility.
Yeah. Well, just so you know, from me, for 25 years in the sporting world, this is probably one of the best success stories we've got going in the city. Like you said, across North America, we're number one. I'm good with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagle. Councillor Young.
Well, thank you for bringing this to Douglas Park. It's a wonderful, wonderful addition to that park, and a lot of people will be using it. But in addition to all the things you've had to do to bring it to where it is now, you also had to do some extra things because it's in Wascana Center. So could you just recall for us the kind of process you had to go through to get it approved by the Wascana Center Authority Board?
I know a little bit about this. Me and Kelly Hamilton, the president, we're sort of like a married couple. I raise the money and he spends it. So he's the guy that did a lot of that. But everything had to be approved by the Wascana Authority. So they went through everything. Like we have to do landscaping. We couldn't take out any trees. It's all done exactly how they wanted it done. It's a little bit different now because they're no longer there. So I think it's someone else that they're dealing with. But like I say, that's really not my expertise. So I know that we followed all the rules because it took us probably an extra year to get this thing started because of it.
Well, I just wanted to tell you that we've heard that you are very good to work with. Not everyone is that good to work with when they have to meet all of those requirements, and they mentioned how easy it was to work with you. So thank you for all of that.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Councillor Young. There's no other questions of you, Mr. Anthony. You can take your seat again, and thank you very much for answering questions. And now we have report 18-9, the Regina Minor Football Facility Lease. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship. I move a recommendation of the Committee on Protective Services Committee that City Council authorize the Executive Director of City Services to negotiate and approve an addendum to the 2017 construction and donation agreement between Regina Minor Football, 2000 RMF, and the City to delay the donation of the building of the City for a period of up to 10 years and to permit the RMF to grant and interest in the building of their lender in order to secure financing for the buildings as further detailed in this report, as well as city services to negotiate and approve the terms of the lease agreement at less than fair market value for a period of up to 10 years between the city and RMF, which allows the RMF to keep the buildings in the city lands prior to ownership of the building being turned over to the city, grant an interest in the lease to their lender in order to secure financing for the building as further detailed in this report, and sublease portions of the building to tenants for a fee to be determined by RMF as well, and then for period of 10 years or until such time that RMF loan related to the building is paid off, whichever is sooner. City Council will provide an annual operating grant to RMF in the same amount as the municipal portion of the property taxes levied on the lands and building as described in this report and collected from RMF in that year.
Thank you, Councillor Barshandy. A seconder for the report, please. Councillor Stevens, discussion on the report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh, we do have. Okay. Councillor Dowell, you got to be quicker than that. Councillor Dowell.
Sorry, I think there's a story here to be told, and I want to make sure that the story gets told. I have a question first of council. So how many times have we had people come before us and say, by the way, I'm going to build a facility, we're going to gift it to the city, and by the way, we'll, in addition to that, pay rent to use it. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. So now what we have is we had I thought it was really an interesting agreement in the beginning. We took two sports, soccer and football, who in the beginning, in other communities, let alone Regina, don't really get along. But in Regina, they found a way to get along because there was a beautiful facility to be had. These people, Regina Minor Football, decided that they wanted to make it better. Bigger, stronger, faster, better. And by the way, invite kids from all over southern Saskatchewan to partake in a facility in the city of Regina. Now what they've done is they've gone one step farther and said we want to kind of complete this project so that not only Regina Minor Football, but other organizations who regularly use this park have an opportunity to have access to space, meeting space, in a place where they compete, whether it's ladies softball, cricket, lacrosse, baseball, track and field, cross-country skiing, or bird watchers. And they want us, for the first time now, to help them out a little bit. And in return, we get a facility that will belong to the city of Regina for a long time and benefit many, many, many folks. Now, I think there's another aspect of this that you need to know. Because of the stature or quality of people that are leading this charge, there are people in the community that will stand by them and say, you're a little short of money? Here. And they've been doing that for years. And I think that's a compliment to those folks, but it's a compliment that they look after all of the kids in our community. I certainly hope we can endorse this, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Massanelli.
I intend on supporting the report, but I do have a question. So once this facility is handed over, it becomes part of our facilities that we have to manage and look after. Does it immediately go to the facilities asset management and start to be part of the facility long-term maintenance plan? So we keep it in this kind of shape forever?
Mr. Onright? Mr. Onright, go ahead. Nope. There you go.
Through your worship. So once the facility is paid off, the facility gets turned over to the city. The operating portion for the facility is looked after by RMF and will continue to be looked after by RMF. I'm just going to ask Ms. Shaley to comment on the long-term capital for the building.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, your worship. Through the existing arrangement that we have, Regina Minor Football will also look after the capital maintenance costs for the term of the agreement.
So it's well looked after. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Other questions or comments? I would just say this is a model of how the community has come together and done an incredible amount of work, and has only now recently, as Councillor O'Donnell said, come to the fore to ask for some support in the short term, but it's a model of how we work with our community. I wish other groups in our community would follow the same model because it works very, very well. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll go to executive committee reports. Councilor Bresciani, this is report 10 on the Buffalo Power Water Treatment Corporation election of directors.
Thank you. I move the recommendation of the executive committee that the Director in Financial and Corporate Services as a city proxy be authorized to exercise the city's voting rights in Buffalo Pound at the upcoming membership meeting to elect the following individuals to the Board of Directors for a 3-year term ending April 2021. Grant Ring, new appointment, and Dave Richards, a reappointment. And that also there will be a meeting between City of Moose Jaw and City of Regina to take place at the earliest possible to discuss criteria.
Okay. Thank you. A second for that, please. Okay. Councilor Massanelli, that's good. Any discussion on the report? Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise simply to stress the importance of the second part of this motion, that there will be a meeting between the City of Moose Jaw and the City of Regina, our partner, to discuss future nominees to the board, especially with respect to gender and diversity balance. This council has made some efforts with all of its committees to achieve a situation where the committees, the face of the committees, resemble the face of the community. In this case, there's a bit of ways to go, but I think that with this effort, with this meeting with the City of Regina, with the City of Moose Jaw, we can stress the importance that the committee itself reflect the face of the community, and I expect to see this message passed to the board, and I expect to see in the future that we'll move towards a situation of better equity and diversity balance on the committee. With that, I'll be prepared to support it.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. Other speakers to the report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The next report is cannabis legalization. Councilor Bresciani.
Of the Executive Committee that Council approve the issuance of the Saskatchewan Liquor and Gaming Authority's 6 cannabis retail store permits to private retail operators in Regina, that the administration develop options for municipal regulation of cannabis in relation to business licensing, zoning, and community standards within the City of Regina, that in the event that the Government of Saskatchewan does not introduce regulations that prohibit smoking cannabis in indoor public spaces, administration will report to Council with proposed amendments to the smoking bylaw, Bylaw 2017-20, regarding the smoking of cannabis in indoor public places. That the Mayor, on behalf of City Council, write to the Premier of Saskatchewan and the Minister of Justice to formally request that the revenue from cannabis be provided to the City to recoup all costs incurred. And that the City of Regina asks that the provincial government to be cognizant of the research on the recreational cannabis use on brain development in youth when setting age limits for use province-wide.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Speakers or seconder for the report, please. Councilor Massanelli. Okay. Speakers to the report. That would be Councilor Flagel.
Perfect. Thanks. Just a question and clarify it for me. When we talk about zoning, licensing, business license, community standards, if it was legal today, where would these 6 stores be able to open up?
Mr. City Manager.
Through you, Your Worship, that'll be part of the report that we bring back to Council. So right now, there is 6 retail outlets. We are working on the language around the zoning of those. It would be similar to what we do with adult entertainment facilities in terms of recommending to Council locations, physical separations in terms of distances between schools, churches, youth-type facilities. So we'll be bringing that in the next report. We're still waiting for some rules, regulations around the cannabis framework from both the federal and provincial governments. Once we know that, then we'll be in a position to bring that to Council for discussion.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. So there's no possible way that one of these stores will be set up beside a high school or an elementary school if there was a retail space available.
Mr. City Manager.
Through you, Your Worship, that's correct. So we'll bring the guidelines, and obviously we're very sensitive around the location of these retail outlets and their proximity to schools, churches, park spaces, etc.
Has there been any discussion, or have we heard of any discussion about opening or them putting, because it's going to be a legal age, them putting the store within a liquor board store? Is there any discussion going on there?
Mr. Holden.
Through you, Your Worship, presently these retail outlets have to be standalone outlets. They can't be associated with any other business use.
Okay.
So that should not happen.
Even if it's a government-related business?
So right now, through SLGA, they will regulate the actual retail outlets, but the recommendation is that they are standalone and they can only they can only sell cannabis.
Okay. You're making reference to as they are now. You've said that a couple of times. They're not open right now, are they? What is open? What is open? Because I've had the question asked of me. Well, I see them selling it on TV today in Regina. How does that happen?
Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, so presently there are no retail outlets for cannabis. They have not been approved yet.
Okay.
So the first step will be application through SLGA. Once they're approved, then obviously they have to go through zoning in terms of the appropriate locations within the community. Right now, there are outlets that are selling medicinal marijuana, and there's been a number of, media stories about that. Evan Bray, our chief of police, has made commentary about that. The only way that you can buy medicinal marijuana today is through mail order. But there are some storefronts that exist today, and Chief Bray may have some comments to make in that regard.
Okay, I'll ask the question. Are they legal then today?
Mr. Holden.
So through you, Your Worship, storefronts for medicinal marijuana are not operating under a legal framework or a legal circumstance.
Okay. So what are we doing about it? I guess would be the other question. Because I'm getting this asked over the last 6 months. What are we doing about these supposed illegal storefronts?
On a point of order, this is an issue, Councillor Flager. We're talking about the 6 licenses that will be legal. So
that will be. Okay.
That's an important issue, but it's not germane to this report exactly. So if you want to ask Mr. Bray about
I'll leave that for now.
Okay.
I'll leave that one alone, and we'll deal with that one off and figure it out. Okay. No, that's all I wanted to find out is where and are we still on a timeline for the feds? I've heard have bumped it or their deadline. Have we got a different deadline, or are we following their suit eventually? Or
through Your Worship, the latest information we have from the federal government is that Bill C-45 will go to the Senate on June 7th.
Okay.
And then royal assent happens more or less immediately after that. Provinces have said we need another 8 to 12 weeks. So what was July 1st has now been referred to as summer of 2018.
Okay.
So
awesome. Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flager. Councillor Massanelli.
Through the chair. The 6 licenses. Does the city have any control over distribution of those licenses? Do you have any factor, or do we just grant those licenses? How is it determined which 6 operators get the licenses?
Mr. Holden.
So through Your Worship, the process of determining who gets the licenses is governed through SLGA. Once those retail licenses have been awarded, then where those are located goes through our zoning processes.
Perfect. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Just a comment to start. I totally support this going forward. I'm glad we're finally getting the ball rolling in terms of making it clear that we support these retail outlets. I do have some questions for administration, and this might overlap with planning as well as fire and protective services. We have a dollar figure attached to policing. Why is it that we don't have the same kind of figure for zoning, fire protective, building codes, bylaw enforcement?
Ms. Howland.
Through your worship, so when the applicants come in for the permitting, we have a fee for service, so they'll pay the regular fee, and that's a cost recovery for both the planning applications and for the building permits.
Okay, thank you. And what about the other components?
Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, at this point, we're not exactly sure of what the regulation of, say, the home, I guess, growing of marijuana. Everyone can have 4 plants within their home. So we currently have resources that are on a complaint basis. We'll go out and do inspection, et cetera. So at this point, we have resources within our fire and protective services area through fire inspectors. We have bylaw enforcement officers. We're unsure at this point as to whether we will actually have increased costs. If we did, we would look obviously for the province to provide funding through the 1/3 revenue that we're seeking from the province in terms of covering direct costs for either fire and protective services or bylaw enforcement, similar to what we're asking for our police service.
Right, thank you. Currently, I know there are legal grow operations, and I know this because there have been visits by the RPS. It seems to exist in a gray area. So how are current grow ops actually overseen when it comes to zoning, bylaw? Are there any standards at all that are followed specific to cannabis production?
Holden?
Through your worship, currently there are no grow ops within the city of Regina that are legal. So if that type of activity is happening, it's happening without approval.
Okay.
Again, Chief Bray might have some comments from his experiences with the police service.
All right, thank you. I have a couple follow-up questions from executive with regards to policing costs, and we've kind of walked through the methodology and the national guidelines. Now I have some stats here regarding other traffic-related issues. A lot of the discussion now is around cannabis impairment. If we look at distracted driving, cell phone charges in 2017, over 1,000, up from 574 in 2016. In 2016, there were 42 deaths and 1,200 injuries across the province. How does this compare to what we anticipate to be cannabis-related impaired driving? And what are the costs, or rather, what are we investing into addressing distracted driving and cell phone use while driving compared to cannabis use?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, I knew that Chief Evan Bray was here for a reason tonight, so if he would join us, I'm sure that...
Chief Bray, if you could join us, please. And keep in mind that we're not talking, subject matter is not about distracted driving, it's about cannabis. So
I want to know the
let's not
cost.
stray too far from that because that's not the point of the report.
Good evening.
Chief Bray, you want to ask the question?
Yeah, so I guess what I would say to that and through you, Your Worship, is the distracted driving definitely has received extra attention by us, and the cost of that and the work involved in those projects is fairly small from a time perspective and from a cost perspective. We're really asking officers to view whether or not the person is manipulating, using, or holding their phone while they're driving, and if so, record that evidence and write a traffic ticket. I think the significant difference is, first and foremost, as I've mentioned to you at Executive Council, we're not exactly sure. We're taking a bit of a shot in the dark as to how this will affect impaired driving due to marijuana use. But we do know that it's going to be a fairly significant time commitment. And just like an impaired driver now is probably about a 2-hour time commitment start to finish from the time you observe the driving behavior to the time that you've done the 2 breath tests, call to a lawyer, and everything else that has to go along with that and write the report up. I would suggest that impairment due to marijuana is off the start going to take a little bit longer just because we're not going to be as adept at it. But once we get through that, I'm hoping that it's not going to be too much longer than the 2 hours. But the problem is going to be the follow-up work that we're going to have to do. Again, a breath sample right now, we bring them into the office and they take a breath sample right into an instrument that's approved by the criminal code, and it gives us a definitive blood alcohol level just by the breath sample. We're going to be able to administer a roadside test. We still don't know exactly what that looks like, but likely some sort of oral fluid testing. That is only going to give us an indication of impairment, but it's not going to give us a level that will allow us to lay a charge in conjunction with the criminal code. That's going to be done through a blood demand. So now I think we can all understand that that process is going to be a little more lengthy. If we're going to proceed by way of blood demand, we don't do that. We take them to a qualified professional to do that, sending stuff off to the lab, receiving it back from the lab, disclosure for court and all the rest of it. So, again, if we're using distracted driving as a comparison, absolutely distracted driving is a safety issue to our community, which is why we focus efforts on it. We do blitzes, we do communication and education. We're going to do the same thing with regard to marijuana. What the time frame looks like to do those types of investigations is significantly higher.
Great, thank you. Second question regarding the drug recognition officers and training. Would it be accurate to say that the investment isn't just to address cannabis legalization? There's a broader need in the community to invest in this training and to equip our officers with this kind of expertise.
I would say that is accurate. Right now, drug issues are huge in our city, and a lot of the times we've got a spike in stolen autos right now, almost every time attributed to whether drug or alcohol abuse. So, and it's not all to do with cannabis, obviously. So, in fact, I would say right now, the majority of the drug-impaired drivers that we're pulling over are not cannabis-related. They're not marijuana-related. They are meth-related, cocaine-related, something along those lines. We don't know what that's going to look like and how that landscape's going to change after legalization.
Great, thank you. Just one final comment, not related to policing. At the executive committee meeting, I attempted to have a focused attempt here on lobbying for a cannabis tax, if you will, that the municipality could control. I know executive committee didn't agree with it. I still believe this is something that we should discuss. I know we will have a broader strategy around expanding our taxing powers and amendments to the Cities Act, and I hope that's part of the conversation, and I hope down the road that this cost assessment is accompanied by an economic development assessment. I think there's actually a lot of revenue that we could generate at our disposal to help not only address these costs, but also generate new revenue for the municipality. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I understand that the administration would bring forward these recommendations to get ready for the possible legalization of marijuana. By the way, I don't think we should assume what the Senate is going to do. I understand as well, though, that there is likely to be legalization of marijuana and that there's little that this council or even the provincial government can do. This is a federal matter under criminal law. There is, however, one thing, one small area of discretion that the municipal government here has, and that is, as the motion suggests, whether or not we recommend the approval of these 6 licensed stores in our community. And I'm rising to oppose the City of Regina accepting these licenses, approving these licenses in our community, and I'm doing it for 2 reasons. One is we don't know how much this is going to cost, but we can be fairly certain the costs are going to be very substantial. Chief Bray has indicated the cost of the police force will be between $1.2 and $1.8 million. We know that there'll be administrative costs for the City of Regina. We have no indication whatsoever that the provincial government is prepared to share with us even 1 penny of the money that they receive from the federal government in connection with dealing with the sale of marijuana. I'm reluctant to accept the licenses, putting the cart before the horse, knowing that that may well be a burden, an expense that we bear entirely on our own. Secondly, and maybe even more importantly, I am concerned about the spread of a drug culture within our society. I think that marijuana legalization is going to contribute to that. I understand that gangs will probably always distribute marijuana, but I'm very reluctant to see the state, including municipal governments, get involved with the distribution of marijuana. We know that marijuana, like cigarette smoke, is a known carcinogen, a known cancer causer. We know that the Canadian Medical Association has said that the human brain develops until age 25, and that smoking marijuana can have a negative impact on that. And we know that smoking marijuana, at least in some people, for some people, is going to create a drug dependency and a future drug-related problem. So I don't want to see the City of Regina get involved in this. I'm not interested in the economic development aspects of the sale of marijuana, which I have serious doubts about, but I'm not interested in financing our parks and our police and our roads out of that kind of money. So I'm opposed to the city accepting these 6 marijuana licenses, and I'm opposed to the city allowing retail of marijuana in our city. I have one final quick concern. I did hear one mayor from one surrounding community indicate that they were not accepting the single license that was offered to them because they thought that their young people could come to Regina and buy marijuana in Regina. I just don't think it's right. I'm opposed.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, for that. Councillor Murray, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Would this be an appropriate time to bring forward an amendment, or should I wait?
You have within your 5-minute allotted time an amendment,
Okay.
But you can speak and have an amendment during that time if you'd like.
Sure. I'll just bring forward an amendment directly. This would be a fourth point, that administration, in conjunction with the Regina Police Service, report on the effects that the 6 locations would have in the disruption of the black market, and if 6 locations will effectively disrupt the black market, if that is enough to disrupt.
Okay. Do you have that
If
written
that's
down?
clear. Sorry?
Do you
Yeah, I
have
can
it
write it.
written
I
down?
can take
Could
it to the clerk.
You have it?
So the reason I brought that forward is there's been questions of whether 6 locations are enough to actually disrupt the black market effectively, or if it's too low of a number. So that's the question.
Councillor, if I could get a seconder for your amendment
Sure.
to be speaking to your amendment, Councillor Donald Mouzet, you're free to speak on the amendment.
Sure. So plain and simply, that's been one of the concerns that we've heard about, is that 6 may not be enough to actively disrupt the black market effectively, which, again, is one of the major goals of legalization.
Okay. Thank you for that. Other speakers on the amendment? I have Councillor Donald and then Councillor Bryce. Councillor Donald. Correct. Oh, okay. You're on.
Okay, good, thanks. So I'm going to defer to you on this a little bit. My math says this would be one dispensary for about every 3,800 people. Had a look at what Denver did and some other cities, and it's a variance grade. And what I've read is that it's a combination of how many dispensaries make it convenient, and then how much it costs as to whether you go down the street, pay legal, or down the street and pay illegal. Do you have any thoughts that you would say about 6?
Chief?
Thank you, Your Worship. You're getting just Evan Bray's thoughts on that, and I spoke to this at Executive Council. I know there's some studies out there that there is a magic ratio depending on population, but there's even some discrepancies between those studies. What I can say is, with a 100% guarantee, there's going to be a black market. Mm-hmm. This city will have a black market on marijuana if you had 1, none, 6, or 100. That's the nature of the drug world, and I hate to say it, and it's just the way it is. So is 6 the right number? I don't know. I think what we're struggling with right now, we just have done a very public campaign to educate the city that right now dispensaries are not legal. We've done and had communication with 21 owners, operators, and staff of dispensaries in Regina. 9 of those have since complied, and 5 more have also removed their product but are keeping their storefront operational. So I'm happy to say out of 21, 14 have complied, 2/3 have complied with what we've asked them to do. But I think that's an indication that there's a real want, need, and economic drive to hold and possess a license. So awarding 6 licenses in the city, I don't expect those other people that have been involved are all going to just necessarily say, okay, I guess it's not for me. So I know there is going to be some work. We've had conference calls on a provincial and national level to understand that police are going to play a role in enforcing illegal dispensaries, illegal retail operations, as well as monitoring the quality control and the product that's being sold out of the legal ones. But whether or not that's the right number, I don't know, Councillor.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the comments. I must admit, I appreciate Joe bringing it forward. This was a concern of mine. What's the right number? I would see 6 as being a minimum, and would support the amendment as on the table.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Councillor Bryce on the amendment.
Thank you. On the amendment, so do we even have a choice on how many we actually say yes to, or is this the provincial government saying 6 is what is doled out for Regina, or however they say it?
Mr. Holden?
Through you, Your Worship. It's a decision of the provincial government. So based on population, they have said Regina can have up to 6. So the report in front of you is, does council approve of allowing those 6 retail licenses to be given out by SLGA?
Thank you. So, as a councillor, I don't think, in my opinion, that we as a city should put expense into going and finding out if this is a possibility or if this is the right number, if we don't have a choice. 6 is what we've been told is the maximum we have. If a report comes back and says, you know what, we should have 12, we don't have a choice to increase to 12. We only have a choice to 6. So, prudently, I feel it's not a good use of our tax dollar. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Dow, you're blinking here, but you're okay. You're next on that. Councillor Massanelli, on the amendment.
Through the chair, I think that Councillor Murray's amendment is spot on. You can't make decisions unless you measure something, and that's a good form of measurement going forward in a new industry. So I'll be supporting the amendment.
Thank you for that. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Stevens, on the amendment.
Thank you. Totally support this. What we're looking at is actually a way of gathering more evidence about this industry. The one problem isn't related specifically to this amendment, but to something the Chief has said in the Executive Committee, and I think it's part of the overall problem, is that the police are now being tasked with being an industry regulator. So I certainly support this because it brings forth information about the impact or perhaps the limit that the government has placed on municipalities. But again, this is part of the problem. The police are now acting as a regulator of an industry, and I think we need to go beyond that. I still support this because it brings forward more information than we need.
Okay, thank you for that. On the amendment, who wants to begin? Okay, Councillor Flegel.
Thanks. Personally, I think we're being information capitalists. And I don't agree with Councillor Bryce at all, but I do in this particular case, because I believe that we try to make the government change their mind on many occasions for more significant things than this, and they don't budge. So they told us 6. Go with 6, we're putting the cart before the horse. We're already deciding that it's maybe not enough. We don't even have a store open yet. So
Are you pressing it too?
let's go back to the original 6. Leave it alone. Our administration has enough things to do. The chief of police has enough things to do without worrying about if it should be 7 or 8 or 10 or 50. I think at some point down the road, once the 6 are open, we can then revisit this and go back to government and say, hey, open the door. We want 12.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Other speakers on the amendment? Mine's not working. It's not working at all, so. Can you speak loud?
Through you.
Yes.
I always think it's good to collect information that can help us so I'll be supporting the amendment, but I think that information needs to go to the government. The government, and I would hope that they would want that kind of information. So I think for now we would leave it that it would come back to us and
Thank you, Councillor. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Brashani. You have to speak loud because the microphones are not working.
So I would be in support of this as well. I think it's important to gather information as much as we can. And I think that after that first year, we decide that I think we've got some data collected. We can go back and look at the we need more. We'll take a look at the next data that we have. I just want to know, how would that be measured? How would we measure that?
dispensary and we have 100,000 clients in our city, there's going to be a black market opportunity there. If we have 6 dispensaries and we have 500 clients in our city, you know where I'm going with that. So really understanding what the client base is really would help us with this report, which probably wouldn't be known better in 1 year, although I do expect marijuana usage to do this off the start and then probably dip down in the next 5 years to something that's going to be more indicative of a trend. I don't know if that's an answer, but that's what I think.
And just one last question. So will RPS be bringing back a report to council after a year just to kind of let us know how that's going?
Yeah, through your worship, we plan on tracking this, whether it is coming back to council or certainly to the Board of Police Commissioners to be able to talk about. We said we were thinking that the cost was going to be somewhere around 1.5% to 2% of our overall budget. I hope I can come back and tell you it was 0.3% in terms of cost, but we are going to try and measure it. It's going to be a real challenging thing because, like I said, I can tell you hard costs of training, I can tell you costs of buying instruments, but I can't always tell you is the domestic dispute we responded to as a result of marijuana abuse. Impaired driving, probably something that's a little easier, but a lot of the other things, I threw out the question at executive, what's the cost of alcohol on society or the Regina Police Service? This one might be a little bit hard to quantify as well, but we're going to do our best to do it and we will have a report.
Thank you. Your Worship, can I just add though, can I just ask one more question? If I would like a report to add that into this coming back, because I'm supporting this.
Sorry, the Board of Police Commissioner will send it, but it goes to the Board of Police. So.
But it goes to the Board of Police, but I'm asking it for it to come back to council because as
bring it to
councils,
council.
we do not get it back.
I'm telling you as Chair of the Police Commission, you'll get it. It'll be brought to council. You don't need an amendment. It'll happen.
Okay, thank you.
Other speakers to. So, City Manager, you're going to enlighten us.
Through your worship, I'm just looking at the motion on the screen. It's saying that administration, in conjunction with RPS, come back to address the issue of black market and whether 6 is the appropriate number. Another option may be to just have the administration work collaboratively with RPS and bring a report to council. Mm-hmm. I'm going to suggest either 2 years after legalization of marijuana, and we look at the impact that it's having on our community in terms of retail sale, impact on impaired driving, impact on black market, what impact does it have in terms of people growing marijuana in terms of the personal 4 plants within their home. So if you want to make it so that it is just a report for RPS to go to Police Commission, that's one thing. What we're asking for on the screen is what I see as a joint report and where it would go and the timeline would need to be included.
Councillor Murray, what's your preference on this? Let's make this as labor easy as we can. Councillor Murray.
Yeah, I had a timeline to be discussed, essentially. I wanted to discuss what that timeline would look like. So 2 years has been thrown out. I think that would be sufficient. Do you want me to close the debate?
No, I'm just asking you to clarify.
2 years. 2 years included would be if that's sufficient. Then
that's one. The other point is whether it is a joint report by the administration or the RPS, or just the RPS does it and sends it here. So,
well, the concept would be that the disruption of the black market in being affected by those 6 locations, and that's why I included both city administration and the RPS in that report that would come.
You want them both to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Councillor Frinder, are you on the amendment?
Thanks.
Oh, there we are. Thank you, Your Worship. So the first question, we're debating 6 if we should do it or not to do it. So I'm thinking personally, I was not here for the executive debate, and when I'm hearing from the chief talking about, we don't know how many clients are in this room, right? So to me, we're actually throwing money out for no particular reason. So I would concentrate on what Councillor Hawkins said about, are we allowing the 6? Because we're already looking at the stresses we're putting ourselves in on a budget implications. So the question is, what the cost of this review would be? Is it going to help us in making a decision, or are we just throwing money out into the water and nothing's going to come off of it? Can I get that? What is the cost of all this? We don't even, I mean, I would like to debate this, we're going to have it or not, or not to go that route. So first question, what is the cost on this? Your Worship? I mean, that's not a loaded question, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. What I would say to that is that if this goes ahead, that we have 6 dispensaries in the city, we will be doing this evaluation for sure. We need to know ourselves what the effect this is on the city, and so I'm not too worried about the cost of it because we are going to set up a system that we can track it as closely as possible. We need to generate that report internally, and adapting it for the Board of Police Commissioners and City Council won't be a problem.
Okay, to Your Worship. So then if we're going to look at that, what the Chief mentioned about 2 years, I can see that this is something afterwards that we're already going through that. I would like to see debate here is about, do we want the 6 or can we say no to the government? No, we don't want the 6. We're going to put we're going to put a wall around Regina and say, sorry, we'll have that. No business here. So I'm kind of looking at Councillor Hawkins saying, do we want this? I mean, this is going to be a huge cost to us as a municipality. Can we say no? That would be my. This
is not part of the amendment.
That's a comment.
On the main motion, that's fine.
Thank you.
Other speakers on the amendment? Councilor Bernier, could you take the chair, please?
Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I rise to agree with the amendment, but I want a slight change. Because we know, as those who sit on the Police Commission, that the Police Commission will do a report on this effect in any case. It's a matter of understanding the market and what's happening around the city. This is not an added expense. This is something we would expect to see by our Police Commission. So I don't favor a joint review by the administration, who is not an expert in black market understanding. I would just simply say leave it to the Police Commission to prepare the report and provide it to the administration prior to it coming to council. And if there's any value added there from the administration, I'll do that. But I don't want to create work. So I would ask the mover if he would simply have it as the Police Commission prepare a report for council within 2 years on the impact on the black market.
Sure. So just to be clear, the reason that I had included administration was in those 6 locations, are they effective in doing that? And I understand what you're saying, it's just black market is what we're looking at, but that's why I had included administration, because after we get the information on its effects of the black market, the concern was, are 6 locations sufficient?
Okay, we'll split hairs here on this one, but from my perspective, Madam Chair, the essence of this, what's happening with the black market, is it being disrupted? The locations of them is another issue completely, whether we think they're the best locations. And I don't know, as long as they meet our criteria of being in certain places and not in others, I'm not sure what the administration could bring forward. Certainly understanding the black market, the administration couldn't do that. So I'll leave it as it is, but that's just my view. I think the lion's share of the work is done by the police service. Right. No question about that. So I'll support the recommendation because I know it's going to be done anyway. But I want to make, while I have the floor just for a second, just to clarify, the police service is not a regulator in this. I know Councilor Stevens raised that a couple of times. They are the law enforcement. The regulators is SLGA. They are the ones who determine the location or what will be sold, how it will be sold, and the manner in which it will be sold. The police are enforcing the criminal code as it's changed. So just to be clear, so we know the role is not an extra cost to the police service in that regard. They don't regulate. They simply enforce the criminal code. So I'll support the recommendation.
Thank you. So I'll be really brief. We've all spoken. The point that I'm making is that legalization, one of the main components of it is to disrupt the black market. If we're unable to measure what that disruption is, or if it is significantly disrupting the black market, then we should be, in my opinion, responsibly talking to the provincial government and the federal government for that matter, and showing how much it is actually disrupting the market, if it is or if it isn't. So I want to measure it. Thanks.
Good. So we're all clear on the amendment. It's up on the screen. No other speakers. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. So now we had a bit of an issue on going to an amendment, and we had a problem with power here. So I'm going to ask everybody to shut the microphone off. And by hand, who was next in order? I think it was Councillor O'Donnell was next on the main motion. And I don't know who else was. Councillor Young? So if you could press yours, Councillor O'Donnell, Councillor Young, press yours, and the rest can just continue on. Thank you. Councillor O'Donnell, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I want to refer to the recommendations. And the first one I want to ask about is the one, and it's number 3, and it basically states prohibit smoking cannabis in indoor public places is the reference. Now, help me remember. Does our current smoking bylaw not speak to indoor and outdoor public spaces?
Mr. Holden?
Through you, Your Worship, the Tobacco Control Act is what controls indoor smoking, so that's through provincial regulation. Our smoking bylaw is outdoor public spaces. So if the change isn't made by the provincial government to add cannabis in terms of restricting smoking of cannabis in public indoor spaces, then we would have to adjust our smoking bylaw to ensure that control.
Thank you very much. So I think we went through years of debate on whether the province would or would not control this. I'm suggesting that we prepare this if this motion passes. Might as well do the work now because it's going to happen. My second one refers to the mayor writing a letter, and it asks to, and it finishes with, recoup all costs incurred. Since this debate has begun, I've tried to figure out, I actually even asked the chief the other day, what are the province's costs? So if I was writing the letter, I would ask them to give an accounting of what they're looking after and what we're responsible for. That's what I would like to know. So while we're asking for some money, and I realize that people have tried to do some work, I think we need to be clear about what the province is looking after and what we're responsible for. So I'd be prepared to make that an amendment. And I'll have to make it up as I go. So write to the Premier of Saskatchewan and the Minister of Justice to formally request that revenue from cannabis be provided to the city so that we can recoup all costs. I'm good with that. And an accounting by the province as to what the province will be responsible for in terms of costs.
Just, I might, Councillor O'Donnell, that is pretty close to recommendation number 4. We can simply add that to recommendation number 4 to say that they provide an accounting for their expenses. It might be easier that way. Just have it that way. So it's number 4. Just add the clause and that the province provide an accounting for their expenses.
Yeah.
Like that.
I just want to know what they're responsible for and what we are responsible for. And by extension, it's RPS, I guess, not solely.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I could have a seconder?
Councillor Price has just
Perfect.
done that.
So please, I think this is really fundamental to how we go forward. And the province did a great job of lobbying the federal government to get additional funds. They must have had something in mind. I'd like to know what that was. And then we have a better chance of stating what we have to look at. Thanks.
Okay, so rather than people change the buttons in order here, just raise your hand who wants to speak to the amendment. It's pretty straightforward what it is. That goes to number 4, that the province provide an accounting for their expenses relating to cannabis legalization. I think we should finish the clause. So we're all clear on the amendment and no other speakers to it? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Down, you have some time left on you. Are you finished? Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Young. Councillor Young.
So this is on the main motion,
Main
right?
motion.
Okay. Through you, Your Worship. Chief Gray, there were 19 stores selling cannabis in the city illegally, and some of those have closed. Would you say that they were busy, that they had a lot of clients using those stores?
Through you, Your Worship, some of them were very busy. Some not so much, but and the number we thought was 19, but it was 21 when we dug into it.
Okay. And would you say that there's a lot of cannabis available in the black market and through the gang culture?
Lots.
Okay. So it's here. So I think as the second largest city in the province, we don't take the ostrich approach here, sticking our head in the sand and letting everybody else do it to see what happens. I think we have an obligation to put stores in place that are regulated, which means they'd be safe products for the residents of the city and anyone else who would buy in the city. So I'm going to support the main motion. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, what if we said no to these 6 stores? What would be the impact?
I think the administration, actually. Can't get away from this, Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, if we say no to the 6 stores or the 6 retail outlets, then Regina would not have any legally authorized retail outlets. And then it would be over to the Regina Police Service and the challenges that they would have with black market cannabis.
So what would be the impact to Regina Police Service if we said no to this?
Chief?
Thank you, Your Worship. I spoke about this in the Executive Council session as well. We're going to have sales of marijuana once it's legalized in our city, whether it's out of a porch, a back alley, or a legal storefront. I expect that once legalization happens, if the city authorizes 6 retail locations, we're going to have other retail locations pop up. So the black market might be a neon sign on a storefront. The reality is there's a lot of people that want involvement in this game, and so marijuana sales are going to happen in this city regardless. It's a question of whether or not we want to authorize up to 6 that will be regulated, where there will be some quality control on the product they bring in and what they can and can't sell. Again, we've talked a bit about what our role is going to be in that. I have heard that police are going to be called upon to make sure that there isn't illegal product being sold, but I've also heard that although we may not be doing those inspections, we'll only be called in if illegal product is found, because the federal government has made it fairly clear that the police forces across Canada will be responsible for any criminal code activity. So we will have a role to play in that as well. But back to your original question, sales are going to happen in this city no matter what. It's just a matter of where and what locations.
Thank you for that. Can you outline the training cost per officer to have the impairment training through Your Worship? Or the impairment testing? I'm not sure what the right verbiage is.
Sure. The drug recognition expert training, is that what you're talking about, Councillor? So that cost is roughly $15,000 to $20,000 per officer. A big part of that reason is that it's 3 weeks of training that can't be done in Regina, Saskatchewan, or Canada. It has to be done in the lower southern United States, which is a bit of frustration for us. Federally, we are trying to get the first 2 weeks of that training to be done in Canada, so that we just go down there and qualify for the 3rd week. But it is a significant cost. We currently have 9 operational drug recognition experts. We would like to have 40. We're not going to have 40 in a year, even if we were told that we could have that many in 1 year. We wouldn't be able to do it. There's a limited number of openings, so we're going to have to put together a bit of a 5-year game plan to make that happen. So that's the drug recognition expert training. But the field sobriety training that happens on a regular basis, and the training on how to use these instruments, which are going to be roadside, that'll have to be rolled out to every frontline officer. So 140 uniformed officers are going to have to receive that training. I expect it's likely about a 4-hour training, and that can be done obviously right here in Regina, right at our police service. But it does take those officers out of an operational mode and puts them in a classroom while that training happens. And then there'll be some annual qualifications that'll have to happen with that as well.
Okay, thank you for that. So it's been suggested that we should have these anyways, but if we weren't having the legalization of marijuana, would we need that many officers trained in this?
I would answer through Your Worship, no. I think we're a bit low right now on drug recognition experts. It's expensive training, and it kind of has come down to a budget issue for us. The fact that we only have 9, if legalization of marijuana wasn't happening, I think it would be still nice to have 12 to 15 on our police service, because what happens is if you have 9, we have 4 shifts. you do the math, we've got a couple per shift, someone's off sick or someone's on holidays, and we need a drug recognition expert. We're in a either do without situation or a call out situation, which has an impact on our overtime budget. So the more we have trained in it, the more it kind of would save. But I think 12 to 15 would be normally good.
Thank you. You talked about the field testing equipment that people will have to be trained in. I know that for alcohol it's the breathalyzer. Can you talk about the cost of a breathalyzer, for example, or how that's covered cost-wise versus the cost of this new instrument, through you, Your Worship?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. These instruments, we're not 100% sure on what their cost is going to be, and we've been trying to work with SGI to see if there's an appetite to help cover those costs, because SGI does help us out with the costs of field sobriety or the roadside testers for alcohol. So I think we've earmarked, I want to say $25,000 in year one, and we think that'll buy us 4 instruments. And then after that, we'll $50,000 a year for 3 years, I think, to try and get that number up to something that we think will be adequate coverage. That's not as many right now. I think we have about 35 or 40 field testers for alcohol. They're significantly smaller. They cost 42 cents per use because it's just the plastic mouthpiece that we have to replace. We know that these tests are going to be, there's about a $25 to $50 per test charge, so a roadside screening test will have a cost to it because of the way the mechanisms work and the samples are evaluated. And then whatever the upkeep on that is after that would be our cost to bear as well.
Thank you. I'm of the opinion that I don't like to see this in our city either. I know it's coming, so we have to deal with it. So I think this is the way we're going to deal with it, with the 6 stores that are legal from the provincial government. I have concerns of our youth in our community and them getting a hold of these drugs. Even though we have issues with it currently, I think it will be easier once it's legalized for the youth of the city and outside the city to actually to get these drugs. So I do have concerns with this as a whole, but the federal government says it's coming, so we have to be prepared for it. So I'm unfortunately in support of this because, as I said, I think we need to be prepared.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagle.
Thank you. Chief, your best guess would be 20% would affect the black market?
I don't even, through Your Worship, I don't know if I can even make that guess. That would be a guess.
That's my point.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to get at is that they're not going to come to you and say, hey, Chief, those stores have caused us to drop our market by 20%. They're not going to come and tell you that, right?
No.
Thank you. Today, you mentioned $25,000 in alcohol related. Is that what you would say you budget for on an annual basis to cover all alcohol-related policing in the RPS? What would be your total cost? I'm talking stop checks. I'm talking. What would you say you would spend on alcohol-related?
Through you, Your Worship, I want to say I don't know, but I know you won't be happy with that.
Well, that's fine.
Because I don't know. I mean, if we're talking strictly traffic, I think I could probably quantify a number on what we spend on upkeep for our intoxilizers and our field sobriety testers. I think we have a budget line of roughly $80,000 for annual upkeep of certification, and we do lots of impaired driving stop checks. Those aren't captured in the budget. That's just part of what we do. That's how we deploy officers. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, my point. So if you're going to a call and it's alcohol-related or marijuana-related or spousal-related abuse, it's the same dollar you're spending. Your resource your police are doing the same job. You're not going to go, okay, that's a marijuana call, that's a drug call, that's a spousal call. You're not doing that. You're saying policing, you're trying to attract.
We're going to try and do that.
You're going to try to do that.
Yes, we do, yeah.
But if you find that you're not sure, first of all, we're trying to figure out if this is going to be a good or bad thing for the city of Regina. You say it's already here, and we know that. What other things are you going to do once these stores, these 6 legal stores, go into place? Are you going to promote them for pushing people to go to them as opposed to, or like, that's the thing that I think people aren't quite understanding here, is that it's here.
Yeah.
It's not going away.
Okay, so thanks for the question, and here's what I'm going to say about that is I think we have a role to play in ensuring that people understand the dangers that could happen with non-regulated product or in stores that are not being regulated and approved retail locations. So we talk about education to youth. We talk about education in schools, which our school resource officers do. So I don't think it's a matter of us promoting the authorized retail locations as much as making sure that we educate our community on what the effects could be on buying a manufactured gummy bear at a location where there's no quality control and you don't know what product went into that.
Hence the fentanyl-laced marijuana last year or the year before?
Yes.
That could be gone, which would then increase public safety for the people that choose to use it. As far as people coming into the city, we can't control that. And I mean, if we stopped all the marijuana sales in the city, pizza and potato chips sales would go down. And then you'd have another full house of people wanting something different. Is it a safer way of doing business for the marijuana users in the city of Regina to have regulated stores?
I believe so.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Findera.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Oh, I would like to say no to it, but impact on saying no. It's a crystal ball. I know that this discussion here is just like trying to find something in that crystal ball. And I mean, Chief, you mentioned to Your Worship that you don't know, and that's a good answer. We don't know. We don't know what's going to be in. But I hear Councillor Hawkins saying no, right? But what does that mean to us? We shut our doors. Is that going to Your Worship, increase the illegal stuff? Increase something that if the citizens or whoever's using it, now do they either go to the illegal kind of corner that's cheaper to get there, or drive to Saskatoon or someplace else? So again, like Councillor Rice said, I don't have a crystal ball. I'm pulling at straws to figure out how this will work. No, we don't know. I mean, we will know about 2 years or so, or 3 or 4. So that's the biggest thing. The question here is the yes to 6 or no to 6. And I mean, what I'm hearing from you, to Your Worship, Chief, is that having or not having, the impact is there. I mean, the use is there. How do you want to control it, right? So the costs are going to be there for us regardless. I'm thinking, so if we look at what's going to cost us the police with having stores but not having stores, I think we're still going to have a budget and have money, to Your Worship, for the police or for inspections or for all kinds of things. So that's my. I'm not looking for an answer. I don't have one right now. I'm confused. So I'm trying to figure out what do I want to stand on? Give it a try for 2 years to see what happens and go. So the question is that, I mean, the impact you don't know, which is a good answer. I like that. I mean, we don't know what's going to be the impact on it. But my bigger question is now with once everything gets legal, and I'm reading 3 to 4 plants per house. Am I, through Your Worship, am I correct? Did I hear that? Am I reading this correct? 3 to 4 plants in a house? Or
through you, Your Worship, what the federal government has legalized is that each homeowner can have 4 marijuana plants within their residence. There is regulations around tenant situations where the landlord can restrict that. But if you're a homeowner, you'll have the ability to grow 4 plants legally.
So to Your Worship, so then in that sense, then why are we even worrying about having the 6 stores? There's going to be 65,000 homes going to have a plan. So inspection is going to be worse. I'm reading in the report about the effects of power being shorted out with fire. So can we just, to Your Worship, knock on a door and say, open up, we're coming in to check because we heard from the neighbor that you're doing this. We already have the difficulties now within the homestays and all the different motel, hotel rentals that's happening within the Regina. how are we going to inspect that? And so where's the impact and the cost to that? I mean, we're talking about the 6, but in the report, it talks about 3 to 4. I think that's even a bigger impact that we're going to have to deal with. And then again, so the question is that how do we get into a resident if we suspect something, and who's going to do that? And then the discussion that talks about in the report about an odor or smell within the residence. So where does that fall under? Who would do this? Is that through
Mr. Holden?
City or?
So through you, Your Worship, obviously our Fire Protective Services Department has concerns over the fact that people will be allowed to grow 4 plants within their home. We will not be going out and doing inspections on homes. The system would be a complaint-driven system. But obviously, in terms of what people are growing in their basements, what light source they have, what physical separation they have between where they're growing and where they're trying to create that environment, I'll maybe have Chief Jackson just provide some further comment as to some of the challenges that he sees from Fire and Protective Services and some of the challenges we would have from a bylaw enforcement approach.
Chief Jackson.
So through you, Your Worship, we do have concerns about the growing operations and residential occupancies. There are hazards that can be associated with growing operations, whether it's the electrical, the lamps that are used, some of the odors that can drive complaints. Much like the police service, we don't know how many complaints will come in that regard. And once we do respond to the complaints, there are issues with residential properties and private properties. So gaining access is not simple. It's complicated. And, of course, we'd look for consent. But if we can't get that, then it would need to go different routes. So, but city manager is correct. It would be complaint-driven. And we do have resources in place for inspecting properties. So it's unknown as to what the demand would be.
Okay, so Your Worship, I'll be a couple of seconds here. So again, I'm going to go back into that same thing, is that can we say no to the federal government for the 4 plants? I mean, I know obviously not. So that's a big impact. That's my concern. And that concern is that we're looking at education and all that. That's going to be key. So I respect the need here to look at that. So I'm dancing here right now. Where's the best and worst? Which one? Which one do you pick? It's like you throw the hot potato up and see what you catch. So, Your Worship, I don't know. Right now, I'm just going to sit down. Thank you.
So, Councillor Bresciani, you're to close debate. I want to speak, so you can take the chair, if you don't mind.
Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I rise to concur in the report and make some comments, maybe in a different vein than what we're hearing. And I welcome the comments and thoughts of members of council and the administration, and including the chief of police. This is inevitable. The timing is the question, not when, or not if, but when. I've said all along that the timelines have been artificial by the federal government. There's no rationale as to why it had to be July 1st. Now it's later summer, maybe into the fall. What it's doing is causing a lot of uncertainty with the provincial government and, of course, with us. And particularly because we deal with public safety with respect to the police service and fire and the administration. We deal with this every day. So it's easy to pass legislation nationally to say, make it legal, make it so. And then everybody else sort of fall in the line. So I've objected to the timelines as mayor. It's said it at FCM. Said at Big City Mayor's Caucus, and I say it here again tonight. Not the issue of legalization. That's not the point. The point is, it's taking it just way too fast. We're having lots of questions unanswered here. Now the chief has given some information which we have in a report about between $1.2 and $1.8 million. That to me is not an inflated number. That is actually the best guesstimate by not just the city of Regina, but York, Edmonton. Other municipalities are trying to grapple with what does this actually mean in a matter of weeks. not months or years. So I respect that number as being a guesstimate, if you will, given what other cities are doing. And time will tell, obviously, that whether this works or not. So I respect that number. It is accurate. It's not being political or being inflated in any way. So I want to make very clear on that point. But I also want to make sure that the costs that we have identified and will identify do not fall on the shoulders of taxpayers, of private taxpayers. We should not have to raise our taxes, our property taxes, to pay for this. The province must allow for us to have that portion of that revenue. I'm not interested in having a conversation about a new form of taxation to pay for this. That's a different element, different beast completely, and that is a legitimate question over time. But right now, the Big City Mayor's Caucus, FCM, the City of Regina, and every other mayor in this country is saying 33% of the overall revenue for us, and I stand by that, and I hope that certainly the recommendation is clear, and I thank Councilor O'Donnell for the amendment. Identify problems, what it exactly is that you are paying for, because you're getting 75% of that potential revenue. And I say that's fine, demonstrate what it is, but we know right now what our costs would be for policing. We will know fairly quickly what our costs will be for the administration of the City of Regina, and we'll know eventually, I think actually fairly quickly, with our fire service as well. So the issue for us tonight is it's inevitable, whether it's 6 or 4 or 10, who knows that, whether that's the right one or not. The issue is we need more time to put our regulatory regime in place to ensure public safety. We don't have that yet, although we're doing great work by the police service, by our fire service and our administration, doing all they can to make sure these things happen. But we must have that revenue. I don't want taxpayers having a tax increase because of this, because something that was imposed on us by the federal government. Thank you. Councilor Berchet to close debate.
Thank you, Worship. So I reiterate everything the mayor has said, and I want to say thank you to RPS, because I think even as citizens, people are nervous about this coming, as you can sense on council as well, because we are here to provide safety for our residents, and that's what RPS does. But by also getting together our bylaws and our zoning. So I do have a question in regards to the zoning, in regards to the 600 feet that is, we've kind of said, that will be separating between schools, daycares, recreation facilities. Is 600 feet enough? It doesn't seem far enough, and how did we come up with that footage?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, that's similar to what our other requirements are for other uses similar to this. It is up for debate with council, though. That would be, when we bring the bylaw forward, that could be looked at and increased.
Okay, perfect for that. Thank you. I would like, when the report comes back, could I ask just that we could explore what other municipal jurisdictions are doing, because 600 feet just doesn't seem far enough away from a school or a daycare. So if I could ask, that would be great. The other one is in regards to the zoning in the industrial area. The industrial area that's mentioned in here is Tuxedo Park. So zones, does that mean all of the industrial or just industrial Tuxedo Park zones? I just need some. And if it's just that, okay, I'll go ahead. That's on page 7.
Yeah. Through your worship, that's right. On page 5, we list, or 7, we list the zones that we would be looking at allowing it as a discretionary use. So Tuxedo Park is one zone that would be allowed. It wouldn't be everywhere. We can provide a map that would show the zones and the locations.
Okay, because one of the questions, I did have a call from a resident asking why only that area, why not just all industrial? Why would we only focus on that one area?
Charlotte?
Well, through you, your worship, we'll look at that, and when we bring the report forward, we'll have a recommendation.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And Councillor Findura talked a little bit about it. Public education is very, very important with our schools, with our youth. And have we gotten any funding at all from anywhere in regards to the federal government for either money for officers. Have we gotten anything there, as well as, I thought I read something about 1.4. Was it nothing that came from anything from the feds? Okay. All right, so for public engagement, that's also going to be how are we going to do that as a city? Are we going to be looking after any of that as well, or is that going to be kind of let it fall in the education system?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, obviously, when we know more in terms of the actual timing, public education is such a big component of this. So we'll be looking to provide information to citizens about, where marijuana has been approved in terms of the retail outlets. We'll also be providing information about, if people are going to grow plants within their homes, some of the precautions that they need to take and put into place. Obviously, we've talked with RPS about utilizing the school resource officers in high schools. So the education component will be a big part of that. So in the next report that we bring back to council, where we talk about the zoning, once we know more about what the implementation will look like, we'll include a component around communication and what our strategy would look like.
Okay. And one last question. I know some other jurisdictions have also they have a smoking bylaw, but they also have a cannabis bylaw. And I don't know if that's something that would just be in the research to see if there's some things that don't meet our smoking bylaw that need to. Smell is another one that's come up when I've done the reading, that kind of stuff. So I'll leave that with you. But again, thank you to our administration. It's a big job, and also RPS and fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. You've closed debate, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thanks, Chief and the administration for that. Move on to Regina Planning Commission. This is a proposed hazardous material storage at 750 Park Street. Councilor O'Donnell.
Excuse me. May I have a second, please?
Okay. Councilor Flagel.
So this is an existing. So there's an existing facility at 535 East First Avenue, and the idea here is to consolidate two pieces of property. That must be done first before approval will be given. It is a fuel storage tanks to be added to the adjacent property. And there are already people that monitor this site and work there, live there. Not live there, I guess, just work there. And so that's one part. Second part is that when it comes to hazardous materials, there are other regulators, the province, Ministry of the Environment, federal, National Energy Board, that come into play here. Whatever roles that they play, the approvals must be given before they can get a permit to build here. So that's part of it. Even the nature of the tanks is not our role. It is the nature of other jurisdictions of government to follow that. So we saw, after much discussion, that we would approve this and seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report. Oh, lots of speakers here. Councilor Flagel.
Thanks. Through you and the administration, did we not approve some of these on McDonald Street North, across from Coop Refinery about 5 years ago, to build brand new from another company?
Ms. Howlack?
Through your worship, there has been other approvals for similar type uses within the vicinity.
A question of size. How big is 80 kiloliters of a holding tank in comparison to, let's say, the one on 9th Avenue North and Winnipeg Street that was built like 3 years ago? And that was like, I forget how big that one. So what would be 80 to 135 kiloliters?
Ms. Howlack?
To your worship, I don't have the dimensions of the other, so I can't, and I don't think my colleagues have that information.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm in support of this because I think, I'll just say this, that, that piece of land has been vacant. Well, it's always been vacant, I guess, and it was a farm fuel place, and I think they're just trying to enhance their business and grow the business and make it better and make it more efficient, and it's within the realm. And like you say, Councilor O'Donnell, the CERM is probably all over this, and a lot of the times the regulations are more stringent than we might even put on as a city. So I'm all for this. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. At Regina Planning Commission, I opposed this. I opposed it because there was some uncertainty about which level of government was regulating what, and indeed, much of the regulatory activity falls to the provincial government. and we requested more information on what the provincial government exactly was regulating. Since that time, the administration has provided information that satisfies me that the provincial government is regulating all aspects that aren't covered by the other two levels of government. In fact, the municipal regulation is minor, but the gap is filled by the provincial government. So I'm satisfied that this is properly regulated to meet environmental standards, and I'll support it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Earlier this evening, Councillor O'Donnell had referenced a previous development in which the owner of a site volunteered to remediate a former gas station. I'm curious if perhaps administration could talk a little bit more about these regulations. When I spoke to Minister Duncan at SUMA, I wasn't all that enthusiastic about the provincial guidelines and regulations. And in fact, several municipalities had raised concerns saying there isn't enough oversight and financial guarantees levied upon the owners of these type of properties, especially when it comes to underground fuel tanks. So what are those regulations, and whose responsibility is it if this site were to close to remediate that site so it could be deployed for other purposes?
Ms. Harlock?
So the Saskatchewan Ministry of Environment has the hazardous substance and waste dangerous good regulations. So any permits that they're issuing have to fall under that provincial regulation, and all requirements for the establishment, cleanup, monitoring, all of those things fall under that jurisdiction. So all those specs, making sure that they're monitoring the site is done through those regulations. What we regulate through the permit is with respect to the conditions that you see within the report. Specifically, if you look under the environmental implications section of the report, we talk about how we're not going to allow excavation further than 6 meters, the dikes around the storage tanks, runoff, et cetera. But it is the jurisdiction of the province to regulate that, and of course the federal government has also plays a role in that also.
If I could, a follow-up question. Is it sufficient when it comes to actually meeting some planning objectives? So for instance, there's a former gas station on Albert Street. Well, there are many. I think Albert and 14th. The owner of that site just refuses to remediate it. We're perhaps going to see that space sit vacant for a long time. Are there guidelines that mandate a time frame if they want to shut this down, that they have to remediate the site afterwards, or could it sit vacant in perpetuity?
Through your worship, I don't have the regulations in front of me. I'm not sure. Perhaps Mr. Searle can go into the details of what the regulations are from the provincial standard with respect to remediation.
Mr. Searle?
May place conditions on the property owner with respect to the installation of monitoring stations and the practical migration of any contaminants. But it's the ministry that sets those conditions for the property owner to follow, and through that process, the property owner has requirements for reporting to the ministry.
Thank you.
Finished? Okay, that's good. Other speakers on the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We can now move into delegations, communications, and motions. Do you now?
Before we get started for the next 2 to 3 hours?
Well, we'll test that. Does anybody want to do that? I'll call it. Raise your hands who want to.
No?
We'll take a 5-minute break. Back in 5 minutes, everyone. Jim, where's everybody else at? There's some council outside, though. I'd like to call the meeting to order, if I could, please. Ask everyone to please take their seats. Okay, let's proceed with our delegations under the delegations, communications, and motion. Our first delegation is Ashley Namath. Good evening, Ms. Namath. If you could identify yourself for the record and who you represent. You have about 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from members of council afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship and council members. My name is Ashley Nemeth. I'm here as the program lead for CNIB here in Regina. I'm here to support the motion put forward by Councillor Bresciani and Councillor Stevens about the safe sidewalks. So as somebody who is blind and lives here in Regina, I do have my guide dog, Rick, with me. We travel from work from the Greens on Gardner to Broad Street at the CNIB every day, to and from. I'm also a mother of 3, so I rely on city transit and my only form of transportation really, which is my feet, and I walk everywhere I go. So in order to get my kids to appointments and all of that kind of thing, I need to be able to get around. So not only can I speak to this on part of the CNIB, but I can also speak to it on a personal level. So as many people who are blind or partially sighted try to navigate in the winter, it becomes much more difficult. We see so many of our clients become totally shut in the winter months, because not only is it cold, we can all deal with the cold. We can put on a toque, we can bundle up and look glamorous. But what makes the winter hard is the snow and the ice. And hard-packed snow becomes ice. And when your only form of transportation for many people is a white cane, your white cane is no longer useful to navigate the streets safely. Imagine walking from your house and just taking your garbage can out in the winter and trying to use nothing but a stick to tell you where the edge of your driveway is and where the road begins. You can't find it. As I live my day-to-day life, I'm very lucky to have my guide dog Rick by my side. He is 100 times better than any white cane I've ever used, but he is a dog, and he cannot decipher the difference between the edge of the road and the edge of the sidewalk. So many times, Rick will actually take me into the street because he's trained to walk on the edge. And he sees the edge of the pavement and the edge of the snow on the sidewalk. So many times he will try to take me to the street and to follow that edge, but that's not the edge we want to follow. Sorry, I'm just going to find my place here. So not only does the navigation become an issue, but it also becomes a safety risk. So myself, I have fallen numerous times this winter with the lovely rain that we had, but many of our clients are elderly. So not only do they have vision loss, but they also have mobility issues. So when somebody has a partial sight, and a lot of conditions are affected by glare, and snow creates more glare than any other season that is out there. And so for somebody who has partial sight and has glare issues, that glare can take that little bit of vision that they rely on and completely take it away. So now they're trying to navigate totally blind. And for some people, that can be really hard to do if that isn't your everyday normal. So many times, there's things on the sidewalks like garbage cans, sandwich board signs, dumpsters, bikes, you name it, it's on the sidewalks. So when we add snow and ice from people not keeping them clean, we're creating an inaccessible and dangerous environment for our most vulnerable residents. We want people with disabilities to live full, amazing lives and be productive members of society. But in order to do that, people with disabilities need to be able to get to the bus or walk to work. That is our.
With you about a minute to go.
Yeah. So, in closing, thank you for letting me come tonight and share with you how we support this motion, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I'll see if there are questions. Councillor Barshani.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Neiman, for coming forward to speak. I have a question in regards to someone may ask is there any chance that you could take paratransit?
I don't qualify for paratransit because as somebody who's blind and fully capable of walking, I don't have any other mobility issue. So unfortunately, I don't qualify for paratransit.
Okay. So you fully rely on the bus system daily to get to work?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you just just explain you just, it's not going to work, it's actually working, and explain your day. You move around, you take your kids to events or whatever you're doing. Tell me, if you were living in a city where the sidewalks, if it's Edmonton, if it's Calgary, wherever it is that they have the clearing bylaw where people have to clear, what would that mean to you?
It would mean a greater independence. So a lot of the times, if it becomes just plain out dangerous for myself to go out, I have encountered that where I have to work from home or have my husband drive me. And I'm very lucky that I have a husband who's able to drive me. But if that wasn't the case, I wouldn't necessarily be able to get to work and be a reliable employee. And disability or not, that's not going to fly with any employer.
And the last question I have is, because you are employed at CNIB, is that accurate?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and so how have you seen this affect other individuals that have blindness or low vision?
So many of our clients are seniors, and myself, I'm the program lead at the CNIB, and I run all of our programs for our clients. And many of our programs, we see a very radical decrease in numbers for people coming out to our programs because it's just not safe for them to come out, and they can't get to the CNIB because they just feel like it's not safe for them to be out. So it's affecting their quality of life. Just because we have a disability, we want them to live as full of life as possible and have them choose how they live their life, not have society choose how they live their life.
Perfect. Well, thank you for you and Rick coming tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. There appears to be no other questions. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation. The next delegation is John Bishop.
Pardon?
Welcome to City Hall. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
I'm John Bishop. I live in the Heritage Community Center, or the whatever area, and I like to talk about the snow issue. When there's tons of snow, I can't get around. I live in the middle of a block where people don't always clear the snow. And then I also tried to go to my bank, which is the Connexus on Victoria Avenue by the Milky Way, and that's awkward. And sometimes if there is places that are clear, I have a hard time telling sometimes how deep it might be if there is any snow, and it would be hard for strollers or scooters or wheelchairs to get around. And I just think it's a bummer when there's too much snow. And I know at the beginning of this year there was lots of snow at one point, and a friend of mine came over to clear from my house all the way to the corner, which is by the park by my house, because the city didn't do the cleaning like they should have, because there was a park. And I don't know, I just could say that I'm for it because the residential areas don't always get the sidewalks cleared. And I just think it's a bummer when that happens, because I've heard home care can slip and people like myself can get stuck, or strollers.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Boucher, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Stevens.
Just one. Thanks a lot, John, for showing up.
Welcome.
You've called me personally about this issue. You're a resident. Have you ever called the city?
Yes, I've called the city several times, and that's the other thing I could say that I didn't probably mention in my thing, because I thought the mayor might say, we got a minute or two or whatever, but whatever. Yeah, I've called the city, and I've been told, oh, well, we don't have a bylaw, or we don't have ways of pushing people to doing their own clearing or whatever, but I like the help out your neighbor or whatever, but no, that doesn't always work very well.
So bylaw was never dispatched to address this issue?
No, and then on one side there's people that live from other countries that, I don't know, I think drive a cab or teach people how to drive, and they've not done their spot. And one time or another, I think I said to somebody, in the middle of a block, it's kind of hard for somebody like myself getting through to go to the corner to take the regular transit. And and my dog's feet get cold with the deep snow. And she's a service dog, so it's not very handy with the feet getting cold.
Thank you, John. One more question. You mentioned sidewalks around a city park not being cleared. Which park is that? And have you repeatedly
called?
No, go ahead.
The core community block, or the core community park by my house. It doesn't, like this year, I think there's a couple times that I've had to almost get stuck going through there to go to my mom's.
Is it a case that it's never cleared or just infrequently?
It's infrequently clear, and sometimes at one point or another, a long time ago, it was never clear.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward tonight, John. The question I have is, because you have a scooter, have you ever found on the sidewalks that you could not navigate on the sidewalks, so you had to go onto the road?
Yes, I found that last year for the winter. At one point or another, I had to, when I left my mom's, I had to go on the road instead of the sidewalk, and I wasn't sure if the bombardier person would spot me or my dog, or just me. And the police had seen me once before, and I thought that they might say, it's better to be on the sidewalk than the road. But I had a friend that happened to once before.
And when you're on the road, have drivers responded in?
Some say you should stay on the sidewalk, and some just try to watch to make sure that they don't bump into me, and I get nervous of that.
Good. Thank you for that. And thank you for coming in and waiting tonight to speak.
Thank you, Councilor Shandy. Councilor Murray?
Thanks. Thank you, Worship. Hi, John. I just wanted to say thanks for coming and waiting for so long. I apologize for how long it took for us to finally get to this report. I just have one question, and it's how long have you used your mobility scooter? How long have you been in it?
I'm not sure, but quite a few years.
Okay.
And I do try to take the regular bus. And when we first had our first snowfall, I was going to try to go to the football thing because I volunteered for them last year, and I couldn't go to volunteer for my last thing because of the snow and ice. Even if a friend shoveled from my house all the way to the park or the corner.
Right. Thanks.
Which was very nice of him.
Yeah, for sure. And the other question is do you qualify for being able to take paratransit?
Yes, but you can't always get paratransit, and cabs aren't always easy because some of the cabs are small and just barely fit my scooter.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for telling
But
us.
I could also say, sorry, but I've sat on the phone trying to tell the call center about these issues, and they say, well, don't tell us, tell City Council. And I'm like, yeah, well, how do you do that?
Well, you're here.
Sorry.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, Mr. Bishop.
Welcome.
I just had a question because you just mentioned about somebody volunteering to shovel your snow. How do you normally shovel your snow in front of your house then?
I have once in a blue moon friends helping, or I try to do it a little bit, but that's tough.
So how would it affect you if the city had a bylaw to say you have 48 hours to get rid of the snow in front of your house?
Well, I would probably try to ask friends to help or try to find somebody, even though I have only $25 to do that, but I still would try to do it somehow or another. But 48 hours should give a fair amount of time, but it also would be hard if it's not pushed through because of if I wanted to take the regular bus, I couldn't do it. So if it's not pushed through this bylaw to making people doing it, it would be hard then for me to take the regular bus if I couldn't get paratransit, and I would go stir crazy being in the house all winter.
Thank you for that. So just to summarize, you depend on the kindness of others to clear the snow in front of your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. There's no other questions, Mr. Bishop. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for appearing and answering questions.
Welcome. I'm sorry if it was different.
So our next delegation is Shane Stock. Shane, if you come forward and tell us who you represent. For the record, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening, Mayor Fougere, City Councilors, and City Administration. I am here on behalf of the Heritage Community Association and its Board of Directors to express our support for the bylaw amendment proposed by Councilors Stevens and Bresciani to improve the safety and accessibility of our sidewalks. Being a centrally located neighborhood with many seniors, children, and youth, and lower-income residents, Heritage has a lot of pedestrians using its sidewalks every day. Many of these pedestrians are pushing baby strollers or using scooters like John or wheelchairs to get around. Snow-covered and icy sidewalks pose an unnecessary threat to all pedestrians, especially those who rely on mobility aids to get around. The Core Neighborhood Sustainability Action Plan, endorsed by the City in 2012, calls calls on us to improve the quality of the pedestrian realm and encourage more pedestrian traffic. It asks us to make our streets and sidewalks safer and more welcoming to pedestrians and cyclists. We feel that this amendment would help to do that. The city's official community plan calls throughout for safe and accessible sidewalks as part of its priorities to A, develop complete neighborhoods, and B, create better, more active ways of getting around. Specifically, it promises to establish all-season design and maintenance priorities for roads, sidewalks, and pathways to ensure the transportation network provides safe travel, access, and mobility, including for key pedestrian and cycling routes, and to develop a citywide pedestrian strategy to provide a continuous, high-quality, connected, safe, and universally accessible walking experience. The small change that this amendment seeks would be a step toward these broader goals. In the long term, we would love to see the city to take more responsibility for clearing sidewalks as it does with roads as a public service. We believe that this amendment can help to engage community members in supporting one another. If it passes, we are willing to help communicate to our residents the importance of helping out their neighbors who are incapable of clearing their own sidewalks. Many residents already do this. We are also prepared to organize volunteers to help clear sidewalks for residents who can't find a neighbor or friend to do it for them, as we would do for John or other residents in our neighborhood who can't do it on their own. We also encourage the city to consider developing or supporting low-cost options for sidewalk clearing for those unable to clear their own sidewalks. The proposed amendment is not asking for a lot. It is a small but important step towards making our city more pedestrian-friendly. We support it fully, and we hope that you will too. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. 2 questions. Thanks a lot, Shayna. You represent the Heritage neighborhood. You also live in that area. One of the numbers that's floated around is 75% of city sidewalks are cleared in the existing voluntary system. Would you say that that number applies in the Heritage neighborhood? Are most sidewalks cleared of snow?
75% are cleared?
Yes.
No. I would say it's closer to 50 or less in our neighborhood.
And what have you been hearing from residents about this concern? Or is there certain demographics you hear from or express concern over accessibility?
Yeah, I hear that. We do have a lot of older residents, and we have a lot of parents who are pushing strollers, and it's a concern that people cannot access all the sidewalks.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. If there's no other questions, thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
And we'll ask Brian Harris to please come forward. This is not Brian Harris. But you'll say who you are, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
No, I'm not Brian Harris. My name is Andre Nog, and I'm standing in for Brian, who had to be excused to deal with another commitment. I'm here to speak to the motion on behalf of the Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism, commonly referred to as SSM. The mechanism is a provincial umbrella organization headquartered in Regina that brings together senior organizations from across the province, and a good number of them right here in Regina, to improve the quality of life for older adults in Saskatchewan. The mechanism supports the motion asking the city administration to prepare a report on the proposal to introduce enforcement options for clearing sidewalks adjacent to residential properties so that they can be used safely by all citizens. Design Regina, the official community plan, speaks to the kind of community we want to be and includes a statement that supports the aging in place within the design of new and existing neighborhoods. The mechanism strongly supports the concept of aging in place. Unfortunately, as is noted in the preamble to the motion, many older adults many older people and people with disabilities can become housebound for lengthy periods during the winter if sidewalks are not cleared. The other issue facing these members of the community is that they may be unable to clear their own sidewalks or may be unable to arrange for assistance because they either don't know who to call or they do not have the resources to pay for the outside help. We believe that a review of this issue should be citizen-focused and sensitive to individual needs and circumstances and should consider the following. Clear sidewalks will reduce falls and promote safe use by all citizens, including those who have to revert to canes, walkers, or wheelchairs. Secondly, we recommend that a Snow Angel program should be developed and promoted by the city and the community associations to replace the canceled Snow Buster program. Enforcement authority visits should first determine the specific circumstances of the resident, whether we are talking about physical, medical, financial circumstances. And that should take place before a notice is issued. Finally, in cases where the citizen does not have the physical or financial ability to meet their obligation, we suggest that discretion to not enforce be built into the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? I'm not sure who came first. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. Are you concerned that if the city bylaw is in place and they enforce it with some but not with others, does that not affect whether somebody in a wheelchair or a scooter or walker is able to actually get a clear path if they're not knowing if some are going to be enforced and some aren't? So they aren't going to know for sure if that complete sidewalk is going to be cleared.
I don't understand the question.
Okay, I'll rephrase. So if you're saying the city bylaw should have the discretion whether to enforce it or not, does that mean that some sidewalks won't get cleared?
Well, the discretion we are referring to is basically in the application of the bylaw. The way the proposed wording now exists is that there be, based on a complaint, that there be a visit to present a notice, to issue a notice. Then there would be a second visit to a follow-up visit. What we're basically saying is that whoever, the enforcement authority that goes to do the initial visit, be cognizant of the specific circumstances of the resident.
Correct.
Okay? And if it is found that the resident is either for physical, medical, financial circumstances, cannot clear himself or herself or have it cleared, that there would be leniency in the system. That leniency might just be that there's no second visit.
Correct. So that might mean that some sidewalks aren't cleared because somebody isn't able to clear it. Am I correct?
And this is where the Snow Angel program comes in. If the resident can't do it, we need to find a way for neighbors or for friends or for someone in the community to come in and pitch in.
So you're saying the residents would depend on volunteers to step in when they're not able to?
It could be, the volunteers could play a major role.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Barshani?
Thank you for coming tonight. And I attended one of the seniors mechanisms meetings, and this is where one of the things that had come out of how our city could do better was the sidewalks. People are walking. So tell me or walk me through when seniors have fallen, the recovery rate, how it affects them, recovery, but also if they can't get out. That was another thing in the winter. What happens with these individuals, with the seniors?
Well, if seniors cannot get out, they become isolated. And isolation is identified as one of the major factors leading to a number of very undesirable situations. Isolation is one of the factors that leads to abuse. The isolation is one of the factors that will lead to early signs of dementia, because they're all by themselves. They can't socialize. They can't participate in the community activities. So those are some of the concerns that we have. The actual falls due to either icy or snowy conditions lead to lengthy stays in hospital, or in many cases, these senior people will never recuperate. It's the beginning of a slow ending process.
That is a fact. Thank you for that. And I think one of the other things that we're talking about the seniors maybe who can't get out and shovel, but I know there are many seniors that love to get out and shovel and do the work.
That's
as
correct.
well. And I heard from one today, and I think we see on both ends, but I support, again, the Snow Angels, and that kind of brings our community together. And I think, would you be in support if there was something in this bylaw that would seek an exemption for seniors, people with disability, or health, that there would be, of course, an exemption for these individuals?
Well, the exemption would be great. If not an exemption, at least a sensible approach to how the enforcement authority goes about implementing the bylaw.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. Councillor Flagel?
Thank you, and thanks for coming forward and taking questions that you probably weren't ready for, or something. Maybe you are. But you've mentioned a couple of times about seniors not getting out. But that doesn't have anything to do with the sidewalk. What do you mean by that? You've said it like it would determine if a senior can get out or not. Are you talking that they can't get out their front door to get to their vehicle or get to a bus or get to the sidewalk? What do you mean by that, or what does your organization mean by that?
Well, basically, we want to, when we talk about improving the quality of life for older adults,
right,
we want to make sure that they have all the opportunities that other people would have if they are able and capable of participating in the community, that there be the least possible number of obstacles for them to do that.
Right.
If in winter they can't go out for fear of falling, that is a major obstacle. There doesn't need to be a big snowbank in front of their front door for that. If they know that if they go down to the street and they can't negotiate the sidewalk, they're going to stay home.
But do you not feel, if I could, do you not feel they would have the same challenge to get down their driveway, down their sidewalk? before they even get to the sidewalk? If you're saying they're not capable to clear the sidewalk, then they're probably not capable of clearing their own driveway and their own sidewalk or their back way to get into their garage at the back alley or wherever it is. So
that's correct.
What do you? I understand you. I understand you about the snow angels and the snow busters. Those are two little. They're quite a bit different. But what would you say? How do we get to the point of helping that senior, or it doesn't even have to be a senior. It could be any age group of person that is not quite comfortable looking after their own yard. How do we deal with that as well to help get that person out?
I suppose it brings us back to the whole question of an age-friendly community or friendly neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we talk about neighborhood watch. This would be sort of another facet of it, sure. And it doesn't necessarily limit itself to cleaning the sidewalk in front of that person's house. It could maybe meaning cleaning his driveway as well.
Yeah. Okay. You talk about health. I agree. I totally agree. I have a 92-year-old mother that just fell a month ago, but she fell inside her own condo. No snow, no ice, so it could happen anywhere.
Oh,
it doesn't
yes.
have to be outside. So the picture is anybody that has a slight issue is going to need some type of assistance, whether it be the shoveling of the sidewalk. What do we have to do to engage the seniors mechanism to help us make the whole city a lot more accessible? And I'm not talking sidewalks, but I'm talking about complete accessibility. You have people that jump in their cars and then, not jump in, but get in their cars and go to the Northgate Mall, Southland Mall, and it's the Northgate Walkers. Tons of elderly people go there. How do you guys help to encourage that type of thing and get you're talking dementia, to get those people out? And maybe we can help that way as well.
Well, the mechanism is basically, like I said at the outset, an umbrella organization composed or comprised of 18 organizations.
Right.
And there are all sorts in there.
Yep.
One of our member organizations is the Regina Senior Citizens Center. So we will not go out and do the work of our member organizations, or we might not even go out and tell them what to do. But as a group, we try to find out how best we can help each other
Sure.
to develop, in conjunction with people like the city of Regina,
Right.
To develop some approaches, new approaches, different approaches, so that some of these needs can be met.
Perfect. Thank you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you for that. No other questions? You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to Wanda Schmuckel. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
Good evening, Your Worship, City Councilors, and City Administration. My name is Wanda Schmuckel. I'm a resident of this fine city, and I like to walk. I'm in support of this amendment because I'm continually frustrated by the dangerous state of the majority of winter sidewalks I encounter walking around the city. I live very close to the Davis Mews, which is a Regina Housing Authority property, and home to a significant number of residents who employ the use of paratransit, walkers, canes, and scooters to get around and live their lives. In the time that I've lived in Regina, I've done more than my fair share of complaining about the state of Regina sidewalks. I've wiped out on ice and hard-packed snow more times than I care to recall, but what makes me even madder is the sight one can behold regularly in my neighborhood, and that's of 70 and 80-plus-year-old people walking down the middle of the plowed street because it's safer to do that than it is to use the sidewalks. If Regina Housing Authority property, which, by the way, is a multi-unit dwelling and is required under the current bylaw to clear its walks, doesn't take this responsibility seriously, is it any wonder few others do? Excuse me. I wonder if the general impression that snowy sidewalks need not be addressed has anything to do with some misinformation that has been generated and cited as fact by the City of Regina itself. In 2015, as the City of Regina launched its now defunct Snowbusters campaign, city officials were asked by local media if it would be considered implementing a bylaw requiring property owners to remove snow and ice from their sidewalks. At that time, the city indicated that it would not make this a requirement because, according to them, Regina residents were already exemplary snow shovelers. They then referred to data collected by bylaw enforcement officers, which suggested that 75% of Regina property owners were compliant when it came to shoveling their sidewalks. Given this data, the city argued, what purpose would a bylaw serve? For anyone who has spent months struggling across Regina's endless lengths of lumpy, ice-slicked sidewalks, this may beg the question, where did the city get that number? Surveys of snow removal around single-family dwellings were done by Regina bylaw officers between 2011 and 2014. Data was collected every time an officer was sent to follow up on a bylaw complaint. The officer would then choose 10 properties near the property in question and assess those properties' level of snow removal compliance. Ernie Polsom, the City of Regina's fire chief and director of protective services at the time, was interviewed by local media in January 2015 and confirmed that there wasn't any data collected on how thoroughly these walkways were cleared. In other words, how many walkways were cleared to the pavement or just reduced to 2-inch surface. Nor was there data collected regarding long-term winter maintenance of the surveyed sidewalks. Bylaw enforcement officers did not go back to check up on how those stretches of sidewalk were holding up over the winter, unless another complaint happened to be filed against a property in that immediate area. In short, this data was arbitrarily collected and should not have been cited as a hard number. We've heard city officials say that they don't want to use punitive means, or in this case a fine, to encourage sidewalk snow removal. At the same time, we currently have a bylaw that requires property owners to mow their lawns and remove graffiti tags from garage doors under threat of fine. These are not risks to public safety, but unshoveled sidewalks most certainly are. As far as I'm aware, no one has ever fallen and broken a hip due to graffiti or an unmowed lawn. Including residential snow shoveling in the clean property bylaw is good for Regina. Yes, some residents will receive fines, and they will most certainly complain about it, but this type of bylaw is the most reliable and effective way to get people to do something they clearly don't want to do. We don't dissuade people from parking their cars in unauthorized spots. We tell them not to park there, and if they park in such a spot anyway, they run the risk of getting a ticket. We don't gently cajole people to pay their taxes. We're required to pay them or else. These measures are taken for the common good. Sidewalk snow removal is for the common good and safety of all Reginans, not to mention visitors to our city, and it shouldn't be treated any differently. This amendment to the clean property bylaw may not result in an immediate change, but it will certainly result in cleaner sidewalks over time because it will change our collective understanding of what is acceptable to us. For those who use walkers, scooters, or wheelchairs, being unable to navigate your way from your home to a bus stop is unacceptable. For those who get around on foot, the inability to walk with confidence to commute to work or run errands is unacceptable.
Mr. Schmuck, you have about a minute to go.
I'm almost done. Allowing businesses and other organizations to let snow and ice build up on their sidewalks all winter so that by the time the annual pre-spring melt-freeze cycle happens, long stretches of city sidewalks are virtually impassable is completely unacceptable. We can do much better than this and owe it to ourselves to do so. In closing, I'd like to say that I know the members of City Council have the best interests of Reginas at heart, and that's why I'm hopeful that this amendment will pass, because what's best for Regina is the provision of safe, accessible sidewalks to everyone year-round. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You must have timed yourself beforehand. It was right on time.
Sorry?
You must have timed yourself on the speech. It was right on time. Thank you.
I did.
Any questions of the delegation? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you for coming out this evening. We've been in conversation for quite a while talking about sidewalks in the city. First question regarding that 75% number. That is the figure that seems to have some authority in terms of where we're at. And the argument is that's the same, if not better, than cities with bylaws that have enforcement mechanisms. Is that your experience in other communities and other cities, that we're better or just as good as others with enforcement?
It's not my experience, no. No, at all. No, I mean, I'm where I'm from, and even in Saskatoon, funnily enough, over the last couple of years, I've noticed the difference. It's subtle, but I am seeing a difference up in Saskatoon, and but in other cities that I visit in the wintertime, winter cities, snow removal seems to be at a higher rate. I don't encounter the long stretches of icy sidewalk. It's better. So.
And in your experience in those places, is it the city itself that takes care of the sidewalks, or residents actually shoulder responsibility and behavior changes as a result of these bylaws?
Well, in certain instances, I know that the city does do some plowing. In Toronto, for example, areas in the inner suburbs, so in the GTA, the city does do all the snow plowing. I was in Toronto over the Christmas break, and there was a snowfall, and within 4 hours, there was a bobcat that went down the block, just clearing the sidewalk. Within the core of the city itself, that is not the case, but there is a 48-hour requirement that you have to clear the walks within 48 hours. The provision for this is that there's many people have mentioned, what about the seniors? What about people who can't do it? In those instances, the city does do the clearing. They just take it on. So,
now, to that point, a follow-up question. We've heard, and I've heard from residents, typically from outside, I would say the most walkable corners of town, that this would be an undue hardship that we put on the shoulders of seniors. In your experience, that doesn't seem to be the argument or the case in other cities. There are seniors in every city. Is there an uproar from that community in those jurisdictions where there are bylaws that require snow removal?
Well, to be honest, they've been in place, these bylaws have been in place so long that I don't recall a time when they weren't in place, and I find it kind of baffling that we're so far behind. The argument that I've heard presented here, what about the seniors, what about people who can't get out and shovel? We're either concerned for them or we're not. If we're concerned about their safety out walking in the streets or out being on the streets however they get around, then we should be concerned enough to shovel. This is a human rights issue. And in fact, this walkability and accessibility has been mentioned, I think, by the United Nations as like an accessibility issue. And I think we want to be up to date with everyone else on that. So,
great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. There are no other questions, so thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
And we'll ask Mr. William Johnson to please come forward. If you could identify who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of City Council, my name is William Johnson, President of the Regina Local for the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, also a letter carrier for 18 years. On behalf of our delegation and our 260 members who work as letter carriers, mail service couriers, and rural and suburban mail couriers within the City of Regina, I want to take this opportunity to make an appeal to amend and extend the Clean Properties Bylaw to residential areas. I am sure everyone recognizes the desirability of having safe and accessible public sidewalks throughout our cities. This is our 3rd presentation in front of City Council with a request to amend the current bylaws for clean city sidewalks. Presentations were made in 2003 and again in 2006 with no commitment to bring our city bylaws in line with other major centers across the prairies. A lot of this is plain common sense. As I was figuring stuff out for my presentation, I came across in 2005, then Councillor Michael Fougere actually did a survey within his community newspaper for his constituents. And in his report, he provided information from a survey of his constituents that 74% of those surveyed believe the City of Regina should require residents to clear sidewalks in front of their homes. We think the extension of the bylaw is a good idea and is in the general public interest. Bylaws set out civic responsibilities which the law-abiding public, with a few exceptions, will respect. Having a bylaw apply to residential areas like has been done in Saskatoon, Edmonton, and Calgary, will ensure that there is a collective responsibility towards the safe access and use of our public sidewalks. This change is long overdue. I want to briefly explain the situation as it relates to our members. Walkways in parks, sports, and recreation centers are clean now. We do feel that when any financial costs are considered in the context of improved safety for workers, children, and persons with disabilities, seniors, as well as other regular users of our sidewalks, an improved bylaw does deserve careful consideration with a view towards adoption. The citizens of Regina currently receive delivery from Canada Post by 203 full-time, part-time letter carriers, 27 mail service couriers, and 31 rural and urban mail couriers. The vast majority of routes are foot routes, which require letter carriers to walk on average 15 to 25 kilometers per day, carrying up to 35 pounds of mail in their satchel. The average letter carrier will spend between 25 and 30 years of their occupation. A significant portion of their careers will involve working in snowy and icy conditions. The letter carrier, mail service couriers, and rural and suburban mail couriers job has long had a high rate of injury, primarily related to slips, trips, and falls. We see the rate of injury increase in the winter for obvious reasons. Canada Post and the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, in accordance with changes to the Canadian Labour Code, are obligated to reduce on-the-job hazards. To this end, Union and management in Regina continue to undertake a workplace hazard protection program, originally called Slips and Falls. This project entails an inventory of each route in the city and the identification of elimination of hazards. For the union, it is essential that we reduce the rate of injuries in the interests of our members and their families who are left to cope with injuries sometimes temporary and sometimes permanent. For the corporation, as for any company, the reduction of injuries leads to less replacement costs and less costs related to the Workers' Compensation Board. From a purely financial perspective, a reduction of injuries leads to fewer costs with our provincial WCB plan. The unsafe state of some of our public sidewalks during the winter continues to be a primary concern raised by our members, often through injury reports. An employee, for bona fide reasons, can cut off delivery to a homeowner who does not shovel their own sidewalk. However,
Johnson, you have about a minute to go.
Thank you. This does not extend to the public sidewalks, though. Many of Regina's homeowners are conscientious and do take the responsibility to keep their sidewalks in front of their home clean and safe. However, there are still those who do not tend to the public sidewalk. So far in 2018, we've had 8 slips and fall injuries reported by our workers. More than half of these falls occurred on city sidewalks. Severity of injuries included broken teeth, knee injuries, cuts to face requiring stitches, and broken bones. There are options to what the bylaw can require in the way of time for compliance for residential areas, 24 hours, 48 hours, or 72 hours. For us, the key is to put in place an expectation that following a snowfall, some due diligence is applied by the homeowner within a reasonable time frame to ensure safe access not only on their property, but also on the public sidewalks. This requires careful scrutiny in respect to an extension of the current bylaw to residential areas. We ask that you consider the proposed bylaw change and take action to improve the safety of city sidewalks in Regina for all your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're right on time. Any questions of the delegation? Councillor Massanelli.
Through the chair. Being that you're part of a nationwide union, do you know the success of Snowbuster or Snow Angel programs in other municipalities and how they're implemented? Have you had any feedback from the union literature on that?
For sure. I think as letter carriers, we are the face of our communities. So we typically see we'll take my route for an existence. I have 770 points of call. I'm in South Albert. So I know a lot of my carriers have been on my route for about 4 years, and I know those people who can and cannot shovel. Not because whether they want to or they don't want to, but maybe sometimes they just can't. So I know in other communities, in other cities, those letter carriers will actually call the Snowbuster program and say, hey, so-and-so on this address hasn't been able to get out to shovel. They've broken a hip or they haven't been able to just get to it. And then that way they come out and they'll take care of it that way.
Okay. What about if we just bought all the letter carriers a shovel?
Well,
thank you.
And,
Thank you,
that's not a bad idea. I wouldn't mind that.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. There are no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. Draw members' attention to the second page, the last page of this document. There is another delegation, which I think she's here tonight. We should listen to her. It's Bev Ray. Ms. Ray, if you could come forward and identify yourself. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. My name is Bev Ray, and I work with Canada Post as a letter carrier. I've been delivering mail for 18 years. Most of my career at Canada Post actually has been spent in Edmonton delivering mail. I've only been in Regina for the last 3 years. Quite love your city. But I do have some experiences in terms of the differences of other cities that have Snow Angel programs and have bylaws in place. I have an average letter carrier foot route in South Regina. I typically walk on average between 18 and 25 kilometers a day on my route. My route consists of 473 residential houses, 7 apartment complexes that include 268 points of call in them, and 13 businesses. As we all know, on January 9th, we experienced significant freezing rain in Regina. Fairly uncommon, I would say, during the winter time, but at any rate, that's what we experienced. This affected our ability as letter carriers to safely deliver mail to our customers. On January 20th, there was a majority of letter carriers in Regina that did not attempt to deliver mail due to the severe conditions on the streets. We had hoped that giving that day would give property owners an opportunity to work at clearing ice from not only their own properties, but hopefully work on the icy conditions on the city sidewalks in front of their properties. I have to say, in my 18 years, I have never experienced such severe conditions that persisted over several days. Attempts were made within one day to begin delivery. However, other than having improved access to apartment complexes and businesses, which is under the bylaw restrictions now, the city sidewalks remained with extreme icy conditions. For my particular route, for 9 days, there was no mail delivered to the 473 residential houses on my route. Not because homeowners did not clear their private sidewalks, but there was no attempts to clear or improve walking conditions on the city sidewalks. During that period of time, there were investigations conducted with management with Canada Post, going out with myself and health and safety officers to determine whether or not the conditions on the street have become safe enough to start commencing delivery. My experiences here with the city sidewalks in Regina is comparable to most letter carriers. I encounter people, many you've heard here today, daily on my road, that in the winter months I often see choosing to walk on the city streets, which are cleared, as well as individuals in motorized wheelchairs on the city streets rather than attempting to maneuver down uncleared or city sidewalks which are not safe or accessible. The comparison between Edmonton and Regina, I can give you some. I think, like Mr. Johnson had mentioned, there are a number of letter carriers that do use the Snow Angels program there. They know their customers and they'll contact them to ensure that that is set up. I also want to make reference to a few pieces, and they were in the presentation that we submitted. Some of this is a bit older, but a Canadian study, and this was back in 1997, found that 65% of falls among seniors actually occurred outdoors while walking on familiar routes, not within their own homes. I also want to point out that we've had 2 different reports that have come from Canada Post, one in 2007. I'm just trying to reference this, and it was on page 7 of your presentation, that identified that Canada Post employees suffered more than 9,000 reportable work-related accidents. Most of those injuries occur off Canada Post property when our employees are out on the community delivering mail.
So you have a minute to go in your presentation. 1 minute to go.
Okay, thank you. If we turn now to like 2015, 2016, that hasn't changed. So I don't really have anything else to say. I'll leave it to you to ask questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And if there's any questions of member of council. Councilor Brashani.
Thank you for coming forward tonight. So I just want a little bit of comparison. You've been in Edmonton, worked there for many years, and just kind of give the difference in sidewalks that are cleared for residents as to ones that are not.
I mean, I can't give a real percentage base, but I would say based on, delivering a regular letter carrier route in Edmonton, you would have some residents that might not shovel their city sidewalks on a regular basis. I was quite shocked, actually, when I came here to Regina, and this is my 3rd winter now, to find that the percentage of people that shovel their city sidewalks is very, very low. I don't think, from what I've heard from the reports and saying that 75% of people shovel their city sidewalks is an accurate figure. In fact, on my route with the number of points of call that I have for residential houses, I would say that it's closer to around maybe 20-25% of my residents shovel the city sidewalks.
Okay. Well, it is a fact that Saskatchewan is the highest in all of Canada for slips and falls.
Yes.
Here in Canada, Saskatchewan is the highest. So, but I just want to make, just for observation as far as activity, is there more people out walking, running because sidewalks did you see that, or is it really kind of about the same?
I think it would be dependent on the neighborhood that you're in. So where I deliver mail here in Regina, which is in South Regina, I don't know the actual name of the neighborhood, but it's like Pasqua, Hapkirk, all that. On occasion, I do see some people out running. They might be going running, and even running in the wintertime. Depending on the area that you're in Edmonton, I would say I've seen more people out running on city sidewalks and doing that kind of exercise in Edmonton than what I've seen here during the winter months.
Well, thank you and welcome to Regina.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and answering questions. You can return to the gallery. And I'd like a motion to receive and file letter 18-1 from Morgan Tunzelman and Jamie McKenzie, who could not be here. That's also a receive and file. Councillor Bresciani, seconded by Councillor Bryce. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll move on to the main motion now, and whoever wants to start this discussion, Councillor Bresciani or Councillor Stevens, either one, you got the floor. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Before I begin here, I wanted to add a fifth point to the motion here, that information be included on the implementation of a Snow Angels program, please.
Okay, that's number 5.
That's correct. So I'll just start with 3 words that summarize what the premise of the motion includes: safety, accessibility, and ability. And basically, it's to make it a requirement in accordance with the Clean Property Bylaw for residential property owners to clear their sidewalks of snow. It would empower bylaw enforcement to issue warnings and tickets if property owners fail to comply. It would also enable the city to have the snow removed at the cost added to the property owner's taxes. Lessons from other cities suggest that these enforcement mechanisms work. Fines are important, but only in instances of repeat violations. And the motion essentially reproduces what we see in other jurisdictions, so there's nothing new. It also tasks administration with examining accessibility and ability when it comes to the clearing of snow and ice as point 4. It's also important to recognize that this amendment to the bylaw isn't really new, and similar rules also apply in the downtown and to apartments, parking lots, and vacant properties throughout the city. It would essentially give power to individuals and residents like John and others who are kind of at an impasse when it comes to making the city more accessible. So why do we bring this forward? The quality of sidewalks, especially during the winter, is a concern for many residents, as we heard tonight. The delegates this evening have made this clear, but the main reason for bringing this forward is hearing the concerns of residents who confront mobility challenges and in some cases are forced to remain indoors when neighbors don't bother to clean their sidewalks. And John was actually one of the really inspirations for me months ago when he was expressing frustration. So this is a year now. And I think as a community we can certainly do better, and the status quo, quite simply, isn't working. And Saskatchewan's reputation of being the worst province when it comes to injuries caused by slips and falls due to ice and snow means that the capital city especially needs to show some leadership. The motion is an important piece of the puzzle when it comes to the commitments we've made as a council to the Transportation Master Plan, which aims, quote, to promote active transportation for healthier communities as well as safe and efficient infrastructure. Now, one of the concerns that I think everybody here has heard, I've never received so many calls and emails about a motion. What about residents who do not have the ability to clear their sidewalk? My immediate response is this riddle has already been solved in dozens of communities where such a bylaw exists, and we haven't seen the catastrophes that some predict. And so fortunately we have other jurisdictions to look at. In the research I've done and Councillor Bresciani has done, speaking with bylaw inspectors in a handful of cities like Ottawa, Edmonton, and Calgary, Kingston, and Toronto, this works. And I'm certain that administration will have the capacity to do an even better job of developing a system for us. The motion asks administration to bring back a report later in 2018, and there's an opportunity to develop an enforcement strategy that considers these issues and that other cities have already done. Unique protocols might be required, and we ask administration to consider accessibility challenges in the report. In Saskatoon, for instance, I know I've been sworn at for even pretending that I want to reference another city in this province when it comes to modeling a bylaw. But their bylaw inspectors discuss the situation with residents of the house, make an assessment of that resident's ability, and even attempt to hook them up with volunteers and community support. So bylaw in Saskatoon and other jurisdictions facilitates community engagement and volunteerism, and it works, as we've seen. They are even empowered to not pursue further enforcement based on means and ability, and I trust administration could certainly do the same here. And that's what I want to see in this report. To clarify and point out fines here, in 2017, Saskatoon received over 900 complaints over ice and snow. From that number, 32 properties were cleared by a contractor, 0 tickets and fines were issued, and in most cases, no further action beyond a warning was required. Should the city do more? Absolutely. We've heard that loud and clear. But even in large cities like Toronto and Edmonton, they don't have the means of clearing 100% of their sidewalks. And in fact, as a cost-saving measure in Edmonton, they introduced this bylaw as a response. There, the city clears about 5,000 kilometers out of 20,000. The enforcement model we're proposing exists for this reason. And Calgary is a good example where they don't have that fine attached, and it's less effective than in jurisdictions where it exists. It's worth noting that in Edmonton, their compliance rate is 90% compared to the 75% we use here, which, as we've already seen, is a flawed number for many reasons. So evidence, again, suggests that the compliance system works where such bylaws are in place. And to residents who express concern over the quality of paths and sidewalks that are cleared or inconsistently cleared, as John mentioned, by the city, I agree that we can do better. Residents have made that clear, and they shouldn't be responsible for snow and ice that's actually built up on their sidewalks because of a passing cloud. That's unacceptable, and we can do better. So I do hope to see administration address this through other mechanisms, whether it's a review of existing policies. But again, what we're talking about here is kind of a first step, and is a proven policy when we look at other jurisdictions. So I'd love to hear from other fellow councillors about this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Start with Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Are we talking about clearing the sidewalks right down to the cement, or are we talking about the 2 inches or 4 inches? Or that's not really clear. Can we maybe what does administration? How do you read that, or if somebody wants to clarify? Through you, Your Worship.
Administration, you want to try this? I think it's a motion from the council. They should speak to that first. Mr. Holden?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe that our current approach is that we clear just the 2 centimeters. So if the motion is that we're looking for an enhanced or improved level of service, then that's something that would need to be included.
Okay.
Thank you. I wasn't sure what it meant, so I thought I'd ask. We've talked about compliance with or without bylaw. It sounds like everybody has brought the 75% thing out there. So maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can ask administration, where did that number come from?
Mr. Holden?
So through you, Your Worship, I think on 2 occasions the city has taken a look at what compliance looked like. So the first time it was done by our bylaw enforcement people in terms of when they were out doing inspections on other complaints. They were also doing assessment of the sidewalk clearing that was going on within the community. I think on another occasion, we had some of our roadways crews that were out do the same thing. So, they were a snapshot in time, the level of clearing that administration felt was being undertaken. So to stand up here and say that we're confident that there's 75% compliance, that's not the case.
Thank you. I've been to the couple of other times that this has been brought up on council, and my time on council, 2003, 2006 as well. So this isn't the first time that I've heard this debate, which is good to have every once in a while for sure. So I do hear from residents who say, I can't afford to pay somebody to come and to clear my sidewalk, and I can't depend on volunteers, and I have no family. So I do hear those. So I listen to those people who call me as well. So I do have concerns about that. Or what if somebody was, I'll use myself as an example. I was ill for about a week and a half a couple of weeks ago, and it happened to snow on the second day that I was ill. I physically couldn't get out of bed to actually shovel in front of my house because I was sick. So there's people who get ill for short terms or long terms who wouldn't be able to do that. So, and calling somebody to come and shovel was not the first thing on my mind when I was that ill. So, I also would like to ask the city, so what happens if somebody shovels their sidewalk and the grader comes along and all that ice and snow that's really, really heavy is now on the sidewalk that they just shoveled? Who's responsible then, if we have this bylaw in place, to remove that ice and snow? Through you, Mr. Mayor?
Through your worship, the way the policy reads is that the plowing of the roads does permit for the windrows to come onto the sidewalk. I believe it is up to 30 centimeters. So we monitor that it doesn't impede past that. That still leaves a significant portion of the walk that can be cleared. I don't believe there is an expectation that the windrow itself would be removed. It still leaves a significant portion of a walk to be cleared.
So if a person did shovel their sidewalk and snow and ice was put on from a city grader, who would be responsible for re-clearing that same sidewalk?
Ms. Kiersmo?
Through your worship, it would not be pushed to cover the entire sidewalk. It would only infringe on the sidewalk by 30 centimeters or less. If it were greater than that, the city would come and do removal of that.
Okay, thank you. We've heard through some delegations and some talking around the table that extra bylaw people may be needed if we had this bylaw in place, and the city may be responsible for clearing some sidewalks. I think I just heard a councillor say there was 30 done in a different city and there was no fines. So obviously the city that did that actually did that on their own dime. So can we foresee any extra cost to the city if a bylaw like this was in place?
Mr. Holden?
Through you, Your Worship, we would still, the way that we see this right now is really go on a complaint-driven system. So someone would complain, a bylaw an inspection officer would go out, they would then assess, is it clear, is it not clear, they'd issue the notice. So it really depends on, I guess, the amount of complaints. But obviously there could be an increase in the costs, but it would be a complaint-driven system. So, I guess it depends on how the education that we would do and the bylaw and I guess the public response to the requirement of having to clear your own sidewalk.
Thank you. I have a number of residents in my area who have depressions in front of their houses that when it melts and then freezes and then melts and freezes, they have a really hard time chipping away at that ice. So how would we deal with something like that? Through you, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, obviously the condition of roads in terms of perimeter to the sidewalk or the sidewalk itself. I mean, if there are structural issues, then I think this is where we would have to provide some flexibility in terms of enforcement. And then of course, where those things are significant, then we would look at incorporating those into some of our maintenance programs. But it would require some discretion and flexibility.
Thank you. Is the city able to clear all of our sidewalks that we're responsible for in 48 hours?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, the winter road maintenance bylaw requires us to start clearing the sidewalks that we're responsible for within when there's a 5 centimeter accumulation. The policy then allows for 72 hours for the city to clear the sidewalks, and they are permitted to leave a 5 centimeter snow pack on the sidewalks that we clear.
Okay, thank you. So this brings up a number of issues for me. If we as a city have it as 5 centimeters and we're expecting the residents to bring it down to 2, I have concerns about that. I also have concerns if we have exemptions because somebody's unable to go out and clear their own sidewalk, that somebody in a wheelchair or walker or with mobility issues is unable to get through that one person, so they don't know if they can actually get to the bus stop clearly if we have exemptions. So that concerns me. Another thing that concerns me is we own the city sidewalks, and here we are asking the residents of Regina to go out and clear off our assets. So these city sidewalks belong to us in front of all of the houses in Regina and all the streets. So I have concerns that here we are downloading onto the residents of Regina snow clearing on our sidewalks. I like it when we had the snowbusters. I think that should be something, or snow angels, it doesn't matter what you call it, but have a program like that in place for those who cannot get out and shovel their sidewalks. Because I think that most people who can get out and actually do it. So I'll just leave it at that. I won't be supporting this motion for those reasons that I've talked about, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, first of all, I just want to ensure that this is not a fine-driven bylaw. We followed the model in Saskatoon. There's not been one fine issue. I want to make that very, very clear. This is about compassion. This is about trying to help people with disability, our seniors, people who want to walk in our community and to get out and be active. That's the difference. This was brought to council back in 2009. It was brought back also to Public Works in 2013, and again now here in 2018. This is a perennial issue that I think just needs to be discussed, talked about, and to really understand that. Do we understand that Saskatchewan is the highest in all of Canada for the slips and falls? That is absolutely, I will say, something to not be very proud of. It's for sure not a badge of honor. I think we can do better for our residents. And the reason I say that is, our OCP and our TMP, that we've put so much effort into to producing this. And in goals 16, 18, and 19, the number 19 says it best. The city will be safe for pedestrians and cyclists in all 4 seasons. We are a winter city. So what that means is we have to ensure that we are going to be a winter city with accessibility. And I understand that these are city sidewalks, but we could raise the mill rate, but that would not be in the best interest of the tax dollar. So what we're asking residents, and the reason we're asking residents, is just to chip in to help out your neighbor. That's why. And if you cannot do it, if you are with disability or age or health reasons, then absolutely there would be an exemption or flexibility in that. I would see the bylaw officer here going out and almost being an ambassador, saying, even being able to knock on the door. Right now, we can't even knock on the door to ask people to clear a sidewalk. So this would actually give the opportunity to engage a resident to say, do you know why it's important? Because the lady who shovels her sidewalk, who's 85 years old, loves to shovel 3 doors down. She can't walk to the grocery store because you're not shoveling yours. There is something called community, and we work together. That's why Councillor Stevens and I added the snow angels. That is a community builder. It's much better than winning a snowblower. And I'll tell you, it builds community. I would see it that Saskatoon, they gave out, I think it was 100 awards to people in the community that did it. That's how you raise awareness about building a community. I do not see this as a fine-driven bylaw. As far as the 30 that were cleared in Saskatoon, the motion is that the city hires a contractor to go out and clear it. There is no cost to the city. The cost that may come to the city is probably a bylaw officer. That may be the cost. But I want to tell you something. There is a human cost here. The human cost, and that's what we always talk about budget. I think the line that I've heard more often is, this will cost more than it's worth. We're talking about the human cost here. Someone in a wheelchair. I was coming in today, and I got into the elevator, and one of the city staff said to me, do you know, I lived in Ottawa, and a few years back, there was a man who froze in a wheelchair. And you know what? I thought to myself, I don't want that to happen, to have to go there before we move on a bylaw. And I'm fine if we decide to take out the fine, but at the end of the day, I just want to make our city more accessible for people to get out and walk if they want to. And that's all ages. Get out and walk your dog. I love to walk. But it's very hard when things are snow-packed. And in 17, that's when that survey came. It wasn't in 18 when we had the snow. It was in 17. So it had nothing to do with snow, this big rain we had here in the winter. And again, I would see our compassion from our bylaw saying that was a circumstance that was So I will just add that I would see that the Snow Angels would build community, and I think that the last thing is we did hear loud and clear from our residents that we have to do better from our city side, and I totally agree. And I would see us as, I understand, if I could just ask one question, that we will be having our parks and our snow, or I think is it maintenance, roads maintenance, working together to find better ways to kind of come up with some of the things that the residents have raised. Is that accurate?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, obviously we have both Mr. Onright and Ms. Gizmo here tonight, hearing the concerns of residents. So I think there's always opportunities for us to look at how we work and how we share resources. So that's something that we can take away.
Okay. And my last comment, I'll just say, is tonight is just asking for a report to come back to council. It's not making any decisions. It's just a report, and we can discuss it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Bashani. Councillor Murray?
So when I saw this motion at first, I really didn't like the idea of a fine, and I still don't like the idea of a fine. But what more of this motion has kind of brought out in my mind is how we think about transportation in our city. We prioritize our roads to the point where we make sure they're graded so that cars can get through. But we're not doing the same for another component equally as important of transportation. Now, we don't have the money to clear every sidewalk. I understand that. I think our citizens understand that. I do think we need to figure out a way to make sure that those other modes of transportation, that we're seeing a less car-centric society year after year, we need to make sure we have accessibility to get through. I also do see it as a community safety piece. So I support the spirit of the motion. I don't support the fine, but that may change in the coming conversation here. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Massanelli.
Through the chair. When was the last time we had a review of our winter maintenance policy?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, it has been a number of years. We have it slated on our work plan to begin later this year and anticipate it will take a couple of years to complete an entire review of the policy.
I guess administration has an idea. What is the sidewalk clearing specifications for apartments and commercial?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through you, Worship, the Clean Property Bylaw defines what commercial properties, how they need to clean their walks. So properties that are within the downtown as defined in the Clean Properties Bylaw, and there's a map that shows the designated area, are required to clean their sidewalks within 1 day of snow accumulation. Properties outside of that, commercial properties, apartment buildings, commercial parking lots, vacant properties that are situated outside of that designated area have similar requirements, but within 48 hours. However, within that requirement, any property that is tax exempt is also exempt from enforcement of the bylaw.
Thank you. I came here tonight ready to vote against this. I had a lot of feedback from my residents. I think that administration is able to show discretion on this. That was one of their biggest fears, is they would be penalized for what's going on here. And I believe the spirit and the intent of this isn't to penalize the residents. I believe it's to increase the quality of life. The way this has been talked about, I believe that discretion is possible and will be showed. And I intend to support this study. I'd like to also say this isn't a bylaw as per se. This is just to look into the matter and see what we can come up with for ideas to move forward. I think I might want to move a friendly amendment on that point 5. I think that the Snow Angels program, if this becomes a bylaw, should be part of the implementation of the bylaw, just to allow things to progress better if it follows through. Is that something necessary to amend, or would that just be a given?
Could you repeat that? You want to be part of the bylaw? Because it would be a part of the bylaw if this is...
That's what I mean. If this became bylaw, the Snow Angels portion would have to become part of the bylaw. Is that a given that would happen in that manner?
I think the administration would come back and let us know how they want to handle it. I think that's...
Okay, I'll skip the amendment then. I'm satisfied with it as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Flagel?
Thanks. And I'm not in support of this. I wasn't in support of it, and I'm still not going to be. And if we want to do the snow angels, I would say let's bring that in today and let go of the rest of the motion. We had the Snow Busters program, which was, I think, sort of totally different than the snow angels, because there was a prize to win a snowblower at the end of the day. If we're going to do this, do it as a snow angel, we'll call it whatever you want, and away you go. What I don't like about this, and you can say it's not a fine, it's nothing like that, and I'm going to say the opposite, and you said the words loud and clear. I heard loud and clear the opposite. Do not enforce this. Do not make me shovel my sidewalk. Are you going to find yourselves when there's a city sidewalk not being cleared? That's what I'm hearing. I know we got all the emails. I read them all. I read every one of them, and there was very few that said, yes, do this. There are people here that are agreeing with it. It should be done. I don't disrespect that at all. 6 of you have said that, or 7 of you that are here. But if we read all the emails, and maybe we could do that, go back and get all the emails that were sent to us regarding this motion, and I don't know what the numbers are, but from the ones I read, it would probably be a huge number of no, do not let this go through. I've gotten one email from a lady in my ward. I don't say this very often. My ward residents are very good, and they complain when they need to complain, but I got one person that came forward and said, do not let this go through. Nobody else said a word. Nobody else said a word. Talking to people in the streets, I go around, I'm out quite a bit. No way. They don't want it. They don't want it. And if we're not going to enforce it and fine people, then why have it? The other thing I don't like about this is the fact that can we legally put this $100 bill on their taxes? Can we do that legally?
To our solicitor?
There are provisions in the Cities Act that allow you to put costs of compliance in some circumstances. We can cover it in the report back, the circumstances under when you can do that.
So would this be the same way as when there's 3-foot-high grass in somebody's backyard? We can add that to their tax bill if we have to go in and clean it because of unsightly yards?
Similar, yes. Cities Act provisions are the same.
Okay, yeah. There was talk of one bylaw officer specific to that, but the other question I have, and I meant to ask the gentleman from Seniors Mechanism, he referenced it too, is we need to know each individual household, and we've said it amongst ourselves. So to the movers, I'm going to ask you this. Do we need as a city to go to 75,000 houses and say, you're going to clean your yard? You're going to clean your yard? Are you? No, you can't. You're sick. You can't. Are we going to do that so that our bylaw officers know and they have a list? How do we control that, or do we have the neighbors squealing on each other? That's my question. To the movers, one of the two.
Councillor Bresciani or Councillor Stevens, do you want to answer the question?
The question or can't do it? Is that what you're saying?
How are we going to identify of the 75,000 doors that are in the city of Regina today, who can and can't do?
Well, right now, again, this model that we've asked to come forward is the same model that they're using in Saskatoon. And the bylaw officer goes to the door, and they have a discussion with the resident.
So it's complaint driven.
It's complaint driven. It's not, bylaw is not driving around the city looking for.
Okay, this is not meant to debate, simply to answer the question. We're not debating.
Yeah.
You can't
So
debate each other.
So just ask your question. Yeah.
So it's going to be complaint driven. So just much like any other thing that goes on in the city, if your neighbor doesn't like what you're doing, phone the city and they'll go out and anonymously and do that. Okay. So that, I guess that's what I'm getting at, and I'm not hearing the let's do this at all. And I've read the emails; it's not in there. I'll go with the Snow Angel program because I think that there's a lot of goodwill, and I do believe that there's a lot of areas. And Councillor Bresciani, one of them is yours, and one of them is mine because we're similar. We don't have many sidewalks. People have to walk on the street anyway. We don't have many sidewalks, so for us to come along and say we need to do this as a city, we're talking about certain areas of the city, and maybe we can do something to change that with the Snow Angel program and say, hey, let's focus in on where Mr. Bishop lives. Let's focus in on the Heritage Center, or the heritage areas, or the cathedral, or transition. But to go ahead and have a blanket bylaw across, and we're not going to enforce it, then I don't believe it's the right thing to do. So I won't support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fuego. Councillor Young, you're next.
Through you, Your Worship. So I have some questions, just background. So you said that the bylaw now covers the commercial downtown area. So it wouldn't cover all the sidewalks in front of all of the businesses in South Albert, for instance.
Ms. Gizmo?
Through Your Worship, that's in the Clean Properties bylaw, and properties along South Albert would fall in that second category, where they would have 48 hours to clean their property. Any properties, however, that are tax exempt would not be required, or would not be enforceable.
And is there any rationale for that?
It was brought forward as part of the implementation of that clause within the bylaw and approved at the time. I can't really speak to the background of.
But it's something that could be part of the discussion if this report comes forward.
Ms. Gizmo?
Certainly.
Okay. Secondly, it's been my experience so far that property standard bylaws that we are working for compliance, and complaints also come forward, but that bylaw officers always try to work for compliance. They don't just say, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, you're going to get fined. Can I ask whether or not property maintenance standards are going to be able to be fined? I know we haven't been doing that, and it was supposed to be coming forward, and it needed some technology. I just am wondering whether or not that's happening, or is it scheduled to happen?
Ms. Harlock? You answer that one? Mr. Onright? No, I want you to answer it. Answer anyway.
Through Your Worship, I'm going to ask Chief Jackson to comment on that as soon as he gets seated.
Through you, Your Worship. So right now with property standards, we can prosecute. So there is those fines and offenses that are available through that. If you're referring to tickets, that is something that we're still working towards, and we have a schedule for 2019 to bring in the summary offense tickets, which are not prosecutions and the heavy fines.
Would you say that your bylaw officers work first to get people to comply, that they don't approach someone with, you've broken this bylaw, we're going to give you a fine, but they actually spend time trying to get compliance?
Absolutely. So, through you, Your Worship, that's a good question. The first focus is voluntary compliance. So the discussion, the raising the awareness of what the situation is, what the requirement is, and giving that person the opportunity to comply.
Thank you. We have dealt with city sidewalks in the last few years, and the city wasn't cleaning all of its sidewalks, but you've been bringing sections of city sidewalks forward to infrastructure committee and then to council. So I think there's only one category of sidewalks that are not being cleared by the city now that belong to the city. Can you enlighten us about which area that is?
Ms. Gizmo?
Mr. Chair, Your Worship, you're correct. There is about 30 kilometers of sidewalk adjacent to city-owned parks on Category 5 roads that are currently not within the policy for the city to clear.
Okay, thank you. I want to speak for a moment about the kind of things that I have dealt with over the last 6 years of my time on council. And they have to do with seniors who simply can't get to the bus stop. There are a lot of seniors' residences in my area, And so we have dealt with that. Some of the sidewalks belong to the school division, and they're cleaning the sidewalk now, and people have been able to get to the transit stop. I don't know whether that's happening all over. I also have had calls about how dangerous it is for children to walk to school, especially because some of the parks are right next to the school, and so the school may clean its sidewalk, and then the rest of it isn't clean, and children are out walking on the road, or their parents won't let them walk at all. I have some people who take the bus, and the direct line from where they live to the bus stop goes through the park by Dark Crescent, and that wasn't being cleaned. And we called the city, and then it was cleaned. I think that one of the strongest arguments that I heard this evening was to make this an age-friendly city. And I think it's really clear that people that are isolated and in their homes in the winter face isolation, and I think safety is a big factor. When you're past a certain age and you fall and break your hip, you're probably going to go downhill after that. My mother died that way. I think navigation's really important. We want this to be a city where people can get around, and our transit talks about walking and sidewalks and bike paths. So why would we not want to make it easy to get to transit so that people can take the bus? I think that the mail carriers brought up the idea of they could even refer people to snowbusters. So I think community associations could play a role. I have university students, a lot of them living in my area next to the university. And if the landlords don't tell them that they have to clean, then they don't. So landlords are part of this as well. So I am going to end by saying that this isn't asking us to do this. It's asking us to have a report, to study it. And I think with all of the arguments we've heard for safety and isolation, that I think that we need to have a report, and then we can deal with all of the issues and all of the side issues that we want to deal with. So I'm going to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. The first place to start here is to read what's being asked. This is not a request for a report, a general report. This is a request for a report respecting the following amendments. And the following amendments are very clear that they are preparatory to a bylaw. So this is not just about a report. This is about getting ready to pass this particular bylaw. The second thing I read is we've said that this that this is not fine driven. Well, I'm sorry, it is fine driven. 2B, if upon reinspection the sidewalk is not cleared, the city will have a contractor complete the work and charge the cost to the owner's property taxes. Well, that sounds pretty punitive to me. And not only that, the person that will make that decision about whether the cost is to be charged to the owner's property taxes is a bylaw officer. And I see no avenue of appeal for that. I wouldn't want to put that kind of discretion on a bylaw officer. And then, very clearly, it says repeat noncompliance may also result in the issuance of a fine. That is a fine-driven bylaw that will impose hardship on seniors who can't get out of their houses. And I agree we want to be an age-friendly city, but this set of proposals, no one should kid themselves, is not age-friendly. I've had many calls from senior citizens who said, I can't handle this. So for those reasons, I wouldn't support it. But there's something else. Everyone in this room thinks that we should do the best we can to clear our sidewalks. And many, many, many people I'm not going to quibble whether it's 75% or 70% or 80%. But in this city, many good neighbors, good friends, good family members help out on a volunteer basis those people who can't look after shoveling themselves. And I think we have a choice here. And this bylaw encapsulates that choice. Are we going to be a city about good neighborly volunteers, or are we going to be a city about neighborly vigilantes? And let me say what I mean about that. The city of Saskatoon had, according to statistics I've heard tonight, 900 complaints, and 900 complaints, of which only 32 were found to be founded. That says to me all I need to know, that this is the kind of bylaw that unfortunately will get caught up in neighborhood disputes, will get caught up in frivolous complaints, and yes, there will be some valid complaints. But this is not, this kind of heavy-handed government regulation is not the way to go. And what interests me is the proposals of this bylaw. The people that have spoken to generously come out tonight have suggested all kinds of community volunteer activities to accomplish this in a far more humane manner than this bylaw. So what I'd suggest we would do is take those suggestions, take the suggestions from councillors about snow angels, take the suggestions about how maybe community associations could help. Take all of those suggestions and amplify that community volunteer effort, and leave aside this stuff about inspectors going out and coming out a second time and loading it onto your property taxes and then fining you. It's just not the way to encourage good civic responsibility. I believe in this city we have fine volunteers. I believe our system is working. I believe that volunteer system could be made to work better. I believe that this bylaw proposal takes us in the wrong direction, and I will not support it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship, to you. I'm not convinced that we need a bylaw. I get a lot of calls, and what I'm hearing is I'm already doing my job. So when we talk about the ice, I took upon myself to get sand and go out there and sprinkle it on my neighbor, my cross-the-street neighbor, and all that, to make sure on my driveway, neighbor's driveway, everywhere. And then went to my father-in-law's in the south end and did that. The onus is on me. And what I'm being told too is that I don't need a bylaw or a city to tell me that I have to do this. We're already doing it. And I'm going to worry about, it's 50%, 75%, 20%, whatever. There are other ways of engaging community in the activities of seniors. I've been always advocating for paratransit, low-flow buses. And the comments were made about, and I see a picture in here where I see a mailbox. So my question on that one would be, who's responsible for clearing a federal jurisdiction for, say, a mailbox is a federal jurisdiction? To you, Your Worship.
Mr. Onright?
Through Your Worship. The only reason I know this answer is a friend of mine is paid to do that job for the federal government. So it's a contracted service by a private company, but it's done through the Canada Post system.
Okay. Thank you, Worship. So, just looking at just kind of caught my eye on that picture there. So, so I don't really feel that, like, for instance, the snow angel. I've talked to many, many years ago to different cities, and it encourages me that I don't need a bylaw or law to tell me that I'm a good citizen. So it seems to me is that we are becoming a police state every time we decide to do something. That's not what I want to do. I want to work with my neighbors. I want to work with the community. I work in the community associations. I had 0 calls from the community association having a disagreement with me saying, you better support this or else. Not at one call, but I had calls from the citizens saying, I am 86 years old. I don't want to be fined because I can't get out there find anybody. So I don't need a bylaw. What I need is if the mail carriers, the transit drivers, or police, someone is driving by can say, well, there's an issue here. We can recognize, like I said, this. I think there was a comment made that we've recognized some people in Saskatoon and other jurisdictions for being a good neighbor. Very inexpensive, it's encouragement, not a big stick to force someone to do something. I'm being told that I'm already doing it. Another thing, too, is when you look at high school, elementary schools, I get a call when I was looking after a community hall, that the kids need to do volunteer work for their paper, for the school grade, or for their grade 12 community involvement or whatever. What a better way to get that involved instead of encouragement. And a lot of people, what I was told is that they are slighted that we are talking about throwing this bylaw at them and forcing them to do this. I understand that. I walk on the street too. I wiped out. I know that. But we talk about a lot of the other sidewalks are not being cleared, road category 5 is not being cleared. So I believe that what we need to get involved in is our winter policy is going to be reviewed. I believe that's the time where we need to get into that and say, and we're going to be a walkable, and what our OCP says, then we as a city ourselves need to get up and do what's best. Because if category 5 roads are not being cleared, well, who's going to clear it? I clear my sidewalk, but the category 5 is not cleared. So in a sense, what I'm trying to say is that you don't need a bylaw to encourage somebody to do something. And again, with the compliance or the complaint driven, we deal on the level of complaint. And I see a lot of them where all of a sudden we go after a neighbor, our neighbor calls something, then the neighbor goes after me, and they go after the next person. So on the block, there's already 4 or 5 different disagreements already happening because all of a sudden we're just going to call on each other. And that's it, right? So we are the strong arm for somebody. And we have no, what's the word I'm looking for? We don't have anything in that bylaw to say, you called 3 times and the same, now the call has to be reversed. So there's nothing that stops anybody from continuously complaining. There's no any kind of a law that sets in it that you complained 3 times, we found 0 wrong with this neighbor. Now, if you call again, then we're going to have to do something about you. And so it just a big circle just continues, right? So I don't think I'm not going to support this for that particular reason, because there's more and other ways of doing this. As a community, what we're doing is that we're throwing bylaws on each other, but we don't talk to each other. And that's the problem. We don't communicate. We don't know each other's neighbors. We put fences up at each other at the driveways. That's not the way to go.
Your time is up.
Getting excited?
Thank
you. Okay.
You are that indeed, yes. Councillor Downey, you're next.
I think I just turned it off.
You did.
Yes, thanks. Sorry. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Comment first to the delegations. I always read when people submit ahead of time, but I think it's always way more interesting to watch you and listen to you because the way that people deliver a message is different than they write. And so I want to compliment you on, first of all, being here, taking the opportunity to speak, and so on. What I took away generally from all of those presentations was the importance of the sidewalk cleaning. That's what I heard. I want to compliment the 2 councillors that brought the motion forward. I'm not sure if your notion was to have public engagement, but when it comes to Ward 8, you got them engaged. And so I had more calls, emails, etc., from the residents of my area than I've had on any issue in the last 5 years. And one should never assume anything. I assumed that if I was going to get a call from an older person, that they would be all over this and that this would be what they want. When in fact I heard was the opposite. The older the caller, the more irate they were and the more upset they were about what was here. And similar to what Councillor Hawkins said and what I read is that they went right to the idea of the punitive nature of what's here. So even as of this afternoon when I'm out and about, I had a young fellow come up to me who I think is actually pretty bright. And he said, can I just throw an idea your way? If we're redoing sidewalks in the downtown, if we're doing sidewalks in front of a hospital or in front of a school, why don't we just add heat coils? Because that would just melt it. And we wouldn't have to deal with ice. Now, the city manager cringes when I say that, but there's ways I think that you could look at. I mean, it's got to be very high traffic. It's got to be spread out. But honestly, we can look at some other solutions. That's one. or whether it's solar panel or whatever it happens to be. Anyway, the second part is if this motion started with, we have a problem, it's called sidewalk cleaning, and it was asking, what can we do to get it better? And stop there, I'm good, okay? Because I don't always want to do exactly what everybody else does. I think that administration, and I stand to be corrected, is going to be working with our community associations in the coming time because they are having trouble getting volunteers. Well, here's a really interesting topic to begin with, volunteerism. All of the people that spoke had ideas. Many of you had ideas. So the collective for here for me is, so how do we take a problem and put people together? How do we bring up solutions that will make everybody see the value and do that? You know, I don't want to go to the real negative, but look how those kids have responded in terms of Florida. They've taken things on. Look how people can look at when you identify the problem. I think we need to identify the problem. I think we need to invite the community, whether it's through community associations or many other organizations say, we need a helping hand. Snow angels, snow busters, snow whatever. Let's bring people together. I can't support this, but you've got my attention on how we gather together to solve the problem.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bertrand, can you take the chair, please? Councillor Bertrand, I'll start.
Sorry.
Yes. So I'm pleased to hear what the delegations have said and the thoughtful comments by all members of council. And I think we share the view that we want a safe, easy transportation system to get around walking and biking and all those matters of transportation. We want to see that. We want, in terms of our seniors, we want them to feel safe in our community to be able to get around. And I don't dispute any of that. I would have been really happy if the motion would have said, let's talk about a Snow Angel campaign. Let's talk about, as Councilor O'Donnell said, bring some people together to talk. I see this, I must say, I'm rare to be saying I'm contrary or don't agree. I do not agree that this is not a fine-driven bylaw. It is. And then that's the part that I can't accept. And most of the discussion is about the need to come together as a community. I completely agree with that. I completely agree with the spirit of volunteerism in our community, the spirit of people helping neighbors. That is a Snow Buster campaign. That is a Snow Angel campaign in a different way. That's what we're talking about. That's what we should take away from tonight. But to talk about, we will fine you. Councilor O'Donnell talked about people calling him. I have had people stop me in the streets and say, don't do that. Don't fine me. It's neighbor against neighbor. If I'm away, I get fined. I get something on my tax bill. They're saying, you can't be serious. I clean my sidewalk all the time. If I'm away for a while and this happens, so I think this, as it is written and with the friendly addition to it, is going to cause some confusion to people because we're saying there's exemptions and leniency, but then there's also the compliance and the fine side, which I think is a problem. So I would urge the movers to change this to say that we want to enforce or bring forward a model of a program that talks about the spirit of cooperation. And if that doesn't work over time, then we'll say, look, you got to do this because we're finding there's areas that say, well, there's a big problem. I don't care who you talk to anywhere in this country. When you have a fine system, it doesn't always work. It's still going to have snow. You're still going to have ice around. You're still going to have a problem. It is not the magic wand here. It is not the panacea. But we appeal to the good nature of people to say, look, we have an issue here. And there depends where you are in the city, too. Some places are fairly good compliance. Others are terrible. I get that. But we should appeal to the good nature of people to say we recognize as a community we have an issue here. The way we do it, the suggestion is Snow Busters campaign. That's what I think we should do, and remove the compliance. As is written, I can't support it. I have been deluged with phone calls and people telling me, don't do this. And I don't discount the passion of the delegation. It's clear, and I'm very sincere, no doubt about that. But for me, I can't walk away from those who have phoned and written and emailed me and stopped me in the street and all those saying, just please don't do it. But do they like snow being cleared on the sidewalk? Absolutely they do. They want that done. So let's do it in a not a fine-driven proposal. It's got to be volunteer with a high level of public education in a program that tells people this is what we'd like you to do. We move from there because I do think it'll be more successful. And people will be much better tempered than they are because I will continue to get phone calls about fines that are being done. It will have an impact on bylaw enforcement. It will be a cost to the city. It will. We don't know what it is until we start it. I think our taxes are already high enough as they are. We're going to talk about that tomorrow night. I don't want to be adding more pressure on people's taxes either by not complying or by the cost of enforcement. So as is written, unless it's amended, I will not support the motion. So either Councillor Stevens or Councillor Perchiani, you have 3 minutes to close debate. Either one. Who's going to do that? Flip a coin. Councillor Perchiani. Floor is yours.
Well, I agree. I want to say thank you to all of the delegations tonight that came out to speak. And I can sense from my council colleagues as well as the general public, we do have to do a better job, for sure, with city sidewalks as well as, working together in our community. I will say that I think it's important that we have raised awareness about this. The sidewalks have to become better. From both the resident to help out for the community, and I think that I don't want this to fail because I think if we vote this down now, we will lose everything. And so I really would like to keep in the snow angels for a start, and then we can move forward. I would say, look at it to see how it goes. I don't know how that will be monitored. We would engage maybe churches, schools, that kind of thing. And I guess, Councillor Stevens, is that, can we?
Are you amending this to say we're leaving it as it is?
I'm amending it.
You're amending it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to pause your time here. So,
or do we have to defeat it first, and then can I bring snow angels back? I guess that's the question.
Well, I think, well, let me talk to the clerk.
Okay. Councillor Stevens, would you like to defeat this first and then bring it back? Because we're going to lose. What would you like?
Okay. So I think just talk for the clerk. You said this is a convoluted process here. So if you're looking to go just with, we'll say, the Snow Angels campaign, we should defeat this to get it off the table and then bring back a clear motion, a clean motion.
Okay, I'll do that then.
So, if we just one moment, because I want to be. We could also, if we had unanimous consent, we could withdraw the motion on unanimous consent. So we had Councillor Bresciani.
Sorry.
If we had unanimous consent, we could withdraw this motion, and you could introduce a new motion. That's another option for you to look at. We can either defeat this one or vote on it.
Let's vote on it. Let's
vote
vote
on
on it, and then we'll bring back an amendment, right?
Okay.
Sorry.
On a point of order, yeah.
If this motion is defeated, if I remember in the past, nothing can be brought forward on a motion that was defeated. So if
That's true, actually.
This is defeated, and you want to bring back the snow angels, according to how things have gone in the past, you can't bring anything back that was on motion.
Yeah, I think what the clerk is saying that in this case it's in a general motion, it's on the same topic. It would be okay to do that. Yeah, but let's just see what happens. We'll take one step at a time here.
Sorry,
Councillor Price on a point of order only, not to debate. Okay. Okay. Councillor Hawkins on a point of order.
On a point of order, one option would be to defeat the motion and then simply ask the administration has heard the debate, ask them to give an undertaking to report back on the kinds of voluntary solutions that have been suggested.
There's also another option, too, is that we defeat this, and that next council meeting, Councilor Bresciani and or Councilor Stevens brings back a revised motion. That's another way to do it, too. Okay. So let's vote on the motion as it stands now. All those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. So we have some options, as I've discussed with the clerk. We can have a motion that will provide some direction on this issue, or we can say no to it. We can ask others to come back for another council meeting to look at this. I can tell you, I think it would be fair, given our debate, that we have a cleaner motion come forward at the next council meeting, and we can have unanimous consent to talk about that. But it gives some chance for the two movers to refine the motion again. I think that would be fair. We've done a lot of discussion here tonight, and it's. You can ask on a point of order. On a process or procedure issue.
So when you say clean it up, and just for clarification with regards to Councillor Flagle's point, we can't bring the same motion back. I get that, but we can bring components of it as cleaned up. I just need some clarity there.
I'll be clear on this one. I'll be right to the point. You can't bring another motion back that says the same thing in a different way. A fine component of it, and then this. You can't do that. We just voted against it. To bring it back again is against the procedure rules. Can't do that. Okay. If you want to bring a motion back that, as Councilor Bresciani, you talked about, which is the Snow Angel campaign, I think that's fair. But I'm going to, as I think about this one, I'm going to urge that we not proceed with a motion tonight. We wait and have the reflection of the two movers. If you want to bring a motion back that incorporates what was said by council and by the delegation, I think it's much cleaner in the sense it's more cold thought, if you will, not on the spur of the moment. Councilor Bryce on procedure.
Yes, I just have a question to the administration. Do they need a motion for this, or are we already looking into what would replace the snowbusters?
I don't think so. Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, I think the discussion tonight has said we should be looking at a public education component that would improve the clearing of sidewalks in our community. But I also think that council is expressed an interest in pursuing a Snow Angel program, which would be a program of volunteers through potentially community associations, other organizations, that would then be available for those that have restrictions or in terms of their mobility or physical ability to be able to clear their sidewalk. So that's not work that we are undertaking as a part of any of the current reviews that we have. So if a motion was to come back to another council meeting, I would suggest that it follow that type of an approach or format.
So I'm going to make a ruling here that we ask you to come back with another motion. There's no anchor to this one. We defeated the motion. Okay. We'll move on then. We'll move on to there's a notice of motion with respect to the Ring Road, which will be discussed at the next council meeting. I will not read that because I think it's on the record in any case. Move on to bylaws and related reports. We have Finance and Administration, the cemetery fee schedule for 2018-2019. Councillor Hawkins, I have a question for you. Is this a dead issue? I had to ask the question. Come on, it's a good question to ask. It's totally in order.
That the cemetery fee schedule for 2018 and 19 as set out in Appendix B be approved, and the respective rates come into effect on March 5th, 2018. That the city solicitor be instructed to prepare and bring forward the amendments to the Cemeteries Bylaw Act in this report as described in Schedule A, and then there's a third addition that the infant lot fee as described in Schedule A be amended to $230 for 2018 and 2019. Just with respect to number 3, that is a reduction in the fee. The Finance and Administration Committee looked at this matter carefully over 2 meetings. It was sent back. There were a number of concerns that more options be needed to be given to the public. The administration consulted widely with all the stakeholders. They came back and addressed in this motion the concerns that were raised by the Finance and Administration Committee. And I would recommend this so that it doesn't become a dead letter.
Okay, a seconder for the report, please. Councilor Messinelli, discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we have the bylaw. Councilor Bershani.
Move seconded by Councillor Andrew Stevens that bylaw 2018-7 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Findura that bylaw 2018-7 be read a second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Hawkins that council hereby consents to bylaw 2018-7 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move seconded by Councillor Jason Mancinelli that bylaw 2018-7 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. A motion to adjourn, please. Okay. Councillor Findura, you second it? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, everyone. It's getting late.